Good afternoon, everyone. It's the 10th of May. Welcome to the regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education. Can we please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Before we sit down, just many of you might have heard, we lost a former member of the school system, Mr. Keith Heddle, and many of us had the privilege to work with him. So if we just have a moment of silence for him and his family, please. Thank you. All right. So good afternoon, everybody. First on the agenda, we're going to recognize our student liaisons and board member. Are all, let's see, I count 1, 2, 3. Who's not here? Awesome. So, and how many of you are seniors? Very good. So, when's your last day?
20th.
Not that you would be counting. So, awesome. Awesome. Well, I tell you, I just want to thank you for all of you. You are certainly a privilege to have at our meetings, and you ask some very good questions, and it goes without saying that no one better than you has insight to what a student experiences in the day-to-day life in the school system. And this will be your last meeting for those of you that are seniors. And Mr. Hurd, your last meeting is when? June. So you have one more time with us. But we'd just like to thank you all, and I'll open it up if any of my fellow board members would like to have any comments for our liaisons. And Ms. McGraw?
It's been a pleasure working with you through these last few years. So I wish you all well, and I know that you'll be very successful in whatever it is that you choose to do, but you certainly have enriched our meetings, and we're grateful for your input.
Absolutely. And Mr. Hurd?
So I would be remiss if I just didn't make a few comments about our liaisons. And I know we've seen the level of engagement that our liaisons have had with our meetings this past year. But, you know, from the perspective of having served as a liaison 2 years ago, I have been able to work with 3 consecutive years of liaisons. And I can say confidently that this is the most engaged, most informed, and most caring group of liaisons we have had out of all 3 years I have worked with the liaisons. And coming out of the pandemic, there were a lot of student needs that needed to be conveyed, and we know that every high school has those needs in different ways. And so this institution of having liaisons, especially some who are so engaged, not only benefits the student board member position in providing insight, but the board as a whole in poking holes, good holes in plans, and figuring out how we can improve and make this school district more equitable. And so I wanted to recognize all the liaisons, and I especially wanted to recognize Eric Valentine and Danny Mears because I know they have been watching these meetings with me for 3 years straight. And they've been instrumental to the policy decisions that I've had to put forth as a student board member. And, you know, we hear the saying a lot, you know, it takes a team. And by all means, it has taken a team. And so beyond that, you know, I'm incredibly grateful for the insight and wisdom and help they have always bestowed upon me. And so I just wanted to thank all of them for their service. Thank you.
Well said, Mr. Hurd. Thank you very much. I don't know if this is on the program, Dr. Navarro. Can we have them up to get a picture?
Yes.
And then we have a little parting gift to give to you all, as they say in the game show world.
We always want pictures.
Yeah.
So.
So, and my fellow board members, if you could grab a blue bag, and then we can present them. Actually, let's get the picture first, and I'll give the blue bags to you, and you can hand them. I don't leave.
Don't leave, yeah.
They're actually named, so I don't know if there's anything different in any of them. But.
I'm by me. Mr. Hurd. Mr. Valentine.
Mr. Mears?
Thank you, sir. Burrell.
Okay, got yours. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Terry Burrell.
Yeah, bro. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Ms. Smith is not here? Oh, sorry. Thank you very much.
We'll get it to them. We'll get, there's two that we'll get them to. Gary, yep, Gary can give them to them.
Sure. Thank you all very much. My computer went down. Next, we have a recognition for the Pupil Personnel Worker of the Month, which Ms. Wilson is going to read. And I apologize, you don't touch your computer for 2 minutes. It goes away. Is Ms. Robinson here? Thank you very much. You can stand or you can sit, wherever you're most comfortable. Very good. All right, Ms. Wilson, please.
The State of Maryland Proclamation from the Governor of the State of Maryland, the Pupil Personnel Worker Month for May 2022. Whereas Maryland is proud to recognize the pupil personnel workers for serving all the children of all the people, promoting the opportunities for every child to experience a safe and healthy environment. And whereas the pupil personnel workers are specialists trained to consider and assess the needs of the total child and serve as the school's liaison with the family, community organizations, and social agencies to foster the child's physical, psychological, social, and intellectual growth, and whereas the pupil personnel workers work collaboratively with the resources of the home, school, and community essential to the good mental, emotional, and physical health of each child necessary to advance effective teaching, learning, and achievement in schools. And whereas it is important that the people of Maryland honor the unique and essential role that the pupil personnel workers play in the personal and academic development of Maryland's children. These dedicated professionals do an outstanding job nurturing the growth, maturity, and responsibility that adulthood and good citizenships require. Now, therefore, I, Lawrence J. Hogan, Jr., Governor of the State of Maryland, do hereby proclaim May 2022 as Pupil Personnel Worker Month in Maryland and urge all citizens to join in celebrating this special observance. Signed, Larry Hogan, Jr., Governor.
Paparazzi over here.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Don't move, you have like 5 other cameras.
PPWs, and if you could just say a few words about the work they do in the school system.
How many days do I have? All I can say is that I really appreciate all of the work that you do. It is hard, it's tiring, sometimes you get a little upset, but I just can't say enough to say how much the county appreciates the work, and I do, of the pupil personnel workers and the families. All the things that you do for the families, it's indescribable. The things that PPWs do, nobody would really believe they do them, or it's not even in your job description, but I know that you go out of the way for the families of Charles County to make sure that the kids can do whatever they can do. But thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, next we have the superintendent's update.
I understand.
Nice to see you all. Thank you for coming. Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, board members, and staff. Today I bring you several important announcements and updates from Charles County Public Schools. I am happy to announce that Charles County Public Schools has an official last day for the 21-22 school year. The last day of school for students is Wednesday, June 15th. The last workday for our teachers is Thursday, June 16th. We technically still have one inclement weather day built into our calendar, but do not anticipate having to use the additional day. But now that I say that, we'll have a huge snowstorm. No, I'm just kidding. The calendar has been updated on our website to reflect the official last day of school. Parents, please remember that the last 4 school days, June 10th, 13th, 14th, and 15th, are 2-hour early dismissal days for our students. An additional important date for our community to know about is that Friday, May 20th, is the last day, as our student already let us know, the last day for high school seniors. We currently expect about 2,124 seniors to graduate in ceremonies set for May 31st and June 1st through June 3rd at the Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf. I'm excited to be part of this celebrations planned for our class of 2022. Charles County Public Schools will live stream all graduation ceremonies on the school system website at ccboe.com. Please also follow our Facebook page and Twitter accounts as we highlight the accomplishments of the class of 2022. We are also once again hosting an in-person project graduation event on for our graduates. This year's festivities will be hosted at the Charles County Fairgrounds in La Plata. Project Graduation is a community-wide effort to provide a chemical-free event where graduates and their guests can safely celebrate. We are proud to sponsor this program, which for more than 30 years has helped prevent any drug or alcohol-related fatalities on graduation nights on Charles County Public School seniors. I recently attended the Every 15 Minutes program at Thomas Stone High School. The program is an educational experience that I think all high school students can benefit from and should experience. The program offers real-life experiences to expose students to the dangerous consequences of impaired driving and texting while driving, a lesson that will be important for young people to carry into their adulthood. Since we are on the season of celebrations, such as proms, graduations, and end-of-the-school-year events, I encourage students and our families to celebrate in ways that are smart and also safe. Continuing on the topic of celebrations, later today, the board will honor 2 special Charles County school employees, Mr. D'Ambrosio and Dr. Annemarie Simpson. Mr. D'Ambrosio was recently named as our Principal of the Year. He currently oversees Berry Elementary School as principal, and he has been an educator with the school system for more than 20 years. Mr. D'Ambrosio served as Charles County's finalist in the Washington Post Principal of the Year Awards program. Congratulations to Mr. D'Ambrosio, and thank you for all of your continuing contributions to support students. Dr. Simpson is a math teacher at McDonough High School. She was recently named as our finalist in the Washington Post Teacher of the Year Awards program. Dr. Simpson has been teaching with CCPS for the past 20 years, all of which she spent with McDonough students. She also helped us kick off Teacher Appreciation Week last Monday live on Channel 7 News. Congratulations to Dr. Simpson. Charles County Public Schools also celebrates Pupil Personnel Worker Month, as we just did in May. We just recognized 2 of our PPWs. Donna, I don't think, was Donna here also? Okay. And Linda Stocks, as they accepted a proclamation on behalf of our PPWs. We currently employ 20 full-time PPWs who work with parents, community agencies, teachers, school counselors, school psychologists, everybody in this county to make sure that they support students and their families. And Ms. Brown is very humble to talk about just the difficulties sometimes of their jobs to get supports for students so that they're able to come to school every single day. Each of them is dedicated to ensuring students receive the very best services and education possible, and I want to thank each of them for their continued support of all the children and the families in Charles County Public Schools. Lastly, I want to wrap up my report today and publicly thank each and every one of our hardworking and dedicated teachers. Last week, we celebrated Teacher Appreciation Week, and I followed the week celebrations on Twitter. From snack bars and breakfast buffets to cater lunches and goodie bags, our teachers were celebrated and thanked for the work they do each day for our students. I urge the community to continue to thank teachers for what they do throughout the school year, and I'm excited to be part of the Charles County community. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Navarro. This time, is there any correspondence from board members? Yeah.
You're looking at me.
Yeah, it's looking at you, Ms. McGraw.
Okay. Well, I have a couple of things I'd like to highlight.
Sure.
First of all, I'd just like to say how much I appreciated the tour of Dr. Brown that was provided for us. It was really nice to see the changes that are taking place there at Dr. Brown, and how I'm sure the staff will be overjoyed with how the whole structure has changed. It was unrecognizable to me. My children went there many, many years ago, so it was a nice update. And second of all, I'd just like to highlight the new teacher, and it wasn't orientation, but ceremony that was held last week, sponsored by Alpha Kappa Alpha and NAACP. I thought it was really nice, first of all, that we were back in person to be able to celebrate our hires, our new hires, even though it's been almost 3/4 of the school year, but to let them know that we appreciate what they do every day, and to also appreciate the fact that they chose Charles County to come to work, and hopefully they'll stay for their entire careers. And then just 2 other things as a part of my state responsibilities. Last week I attended the Early Childhood Advisory Council meeting, and the one thing I'd just like to highlight for you is the fact that there was a long, very lengthy discussion about the fact that there is quite a need for mental health services for our early childhood students, and that the early childhood across the state is looking at partnering with our schools and our school psychologists and their resources to be able to provide those resources to the early childhood students that were within our schools and in our community as well. And then also last week I attended a national meeting of all of the state presidents from across the United States, and of course I'm representing Maryland, but in discussions I'm always representing Charles County. So it gave me great pleasure to be able to take part in the discussion, because it was about learning loss and mental health for our students and staff, and what we're doing in our state. And my point of reference, of course, was Charles County. So I was able to share, thanks to our last meeting, what we're doing for our students in terms of the learning loss and mental health resources. So that's about all I have to share.
Thank you very much, Ms. McGraw. Ms. Wilson.
So I echo some of the same areas that my colleague has already mentioned. Touring the Dr. Brown Elementary School, it showcased the hard work that the staff puts into great planning and management of our construction projects. And yes, it's practically a brand new school. I also had the opportunity to go to the outdoor classroom ribbon cutting ceremony at Malcolm Elementary School. Attended the Billingsley Elementary School dedication ceremony, where we had a number of our elected officials in attendance. Yesterday I attended the tail end of the Blueprint for Maryland Steering Committee on Governance and Accountability. It is the last meeting of the school year for us, and there's a lot of change that's obviously that's going to take place, and a lot of questions that still need to be answered. Over the weekend, I attended the mental health symposiums held at North Point High School, and I was sponsored by the PTSOs, and that was a great event. We're always talking about mental health, and it was amazing how many vendors that was there for the public to know that these assets are available in the community. And it's always fun to go to a spring fling with the teachers, especially doing Teachers Appreciation Week. And of course, you never turn down the opportunity to be entertained by the North Point Band and eat the delicious food provided by the culinary department of the school. And that's all that I got a chance to do for this month.
Very good. Thank you, Ms. Wilson. Mr. Hurd.
I just wanted to provide an update on the student member of the board elections. So I believe last meeting we already knew we had our 2 finalists. They were present, but starting this Monday, voting has opened for those 2 finalists, and it will conclude on May 20th. All students in grades 6th through 12th should have an opportunity to vote for this position in their English classes, which is different than we've done it previously, because previously the election was only held among SGA students, and students had to take initiative to do it. We've expanded that, and now it's an expectation that nearly all of our 6th through 12th grade students will partake in this great civic lesson. And so the results should be announced soon thereafter, and June will be my final meeting. But I wanted to encourage all 6 students watching this meeting on YouTube at some point to vote for the student member of the board, and the links were sent via Synergy, so if you're a go-getter and you don't want to wait for your English class, you can do the research on your own and vote now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Hurd. Appreciate the update. Ms. Brown and then Mr. Hancock.
Thank you. I tell you, I did attend one of the sheriff's Crime Watch kickoff meetings, and the reason I go is I like to see what's going on in the communities. And one of the things that they did share was a film on fentanyl, and they have a trailer. I would encourage parents, if you have children anywhere from middle school on, to take advantage of some of those things, because that trailer will show you exactly how any child could hide anything. Because you may think, well, you know, I think I know what I'm doing, and I know where to find things, but when you look at all the things that are available for children to hide things, I just think that parents need to make themselves aware of the dangers of fentanyl. And what I even learned something myself, because there was one officer that was doing a stop with a car, and all he did was just inhale, trying to open the bag, just inhale some of the fumes. And he was literally, even after getting Narcan, he was still ODing on the way to the hospital. So this is very serious. You know, I don't want to see anybody's kid harmed through drugs. I'm getting off that kick. I did attend the MSCA Retired Conference, and there I learned all about the stuff that's going on with elderly people, how we get targeted for scams, and I would advise people to make sure that you're up on all those scams, because I know I leave my home phone for the telemarketers and all of that. I don't even answer it. I just check messages. I did enjoy the Billingsley dedication there, and the tour of Dr. Brown was great. I taught at Dr. Brown, and after looking at all those renovations, it was hard for me to figure out where my old classroom was. But I'm glad that we have staff that's so knowledgeable that they know what to look for and how to make a building safe for our employees and children. I did attend the certificated staff reception at North Point. And the highlight for me was listening to the student talk about what it meant to have teachers. I just thought that was just fantastic. And I did attend the presentation that we did for the commissioners on the budget. And that's it for me.
Thanks, Ms. Brown. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. So I had a pleasure of attending the dedication ceremony for Billingsley after COVID derailed it several times, but it was nice. It's a big community turnout there, and it was nice to see that. Also had the pleasure to participate in Career Day at Dr. Higgin Elementary School, and that was a lot of fun. And our chairman touched on it earlier, a moment of silence for Mr. Heddle. I didn't know Mr. Heddle on a professional level, but I did know him on a personal level these past 5 years. And even as he was retired, he still talked about education constantly. Every time I saw him, he was a customer of mine, and he was always in a good mood, always happy, and he has a family that is deeply involved in education in this county, and we lost a great man that can't be replaced, and my thoughts and prayers go out to his family. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Hancock. I just have a few things. I was also at Malcolm along with Ms. Wilson and Mr. Hurd for the outdoor classroom, and thanks to the scout that made that happen. That was his Eagle Scout project, and that's going to be something that's going to be enjoyed for a number of years. And Ms. Brown touched on it. Appreciate the meeting we had with the commissioners regarding the budget, and the dedication of the opening of Billingsley was indeed a great turnout, and thanks to all our elected officials that came for that as well. I also managed to squeeze in a haircut at North Point, and I encourage anybody that has an inkling to want to do that to call the school, and they did a very fine job. I was very happy with that. Also got a chance to participate in the Career Research and Development Student of the Year interview panel, and congratulations to those folks that have gone through to the next level. It was nice we met with them virtually, and they had a portfolio that was reviewed by myself and the other panelists, and all of them did a good job in speaking about themselves and their accomplishments. So that was something I'd never done before, and that was very enjoyable, and it just goes not just to the dedication of the staff that put in that time to sit down with all those students, but the students for investing in the time in themselves, and it's not always easy bragging about yourself, and they did that in a very mature and humbling way. So that was very good. And Mr. Hancock touched on Mr. Heddle. He had an expression that said the trains keep running, and no matter what happens, he had a very good demeanor when it came to just the daily operation of the school system. And so again, my thoughts and prayers out to his family. Thank you very much. So next on the agenda, we will hear from Mr. Heil, the Education Association of Charles County.
Chairperson Lucas, Assistant Chairperson Wilson, Board of Education, Dr. Navarro, and all other distinguished attendees. I'd like to briefly review the year it's been. When we started in August, nobody knew what was going to happen with COVID. We had all hoped to stay in school, but nobody knew if that would be the case. We all wanted kids and staff to stay safe and healthy. Through the fall, individual classes had to be quarantined, sometimes entire grade levels, and sometimes even schools. That was the fall of this school year. Also in the fall, as EACC pushed for time and compensation, Dr. Navarro heard and gave the school a much-needed day off to let us all catch up to whatever the school year was becoming. She also offered a $1,000 bonus to all staff, and this is just a friendly reminder that installment number 2 is coming very shortly. I'm just saying. In January, the district felt it was necessary to go virtual for the week we came back from winter break. Negotiating with EACC, a necessary amount of teacher planning time and a modified schedule were agreed upon, but Mother Nature would have other plans. We were out 3 of those 5 days due to bad weather. I'd like all of us in this room and watching at home, the 5 students Ian made reference to consider how far we've come in the last 4 months. That was only 4 months ago. Since January, schools have remained in session. The board has made masks optional, understanding that we are heading in the right direction as our COVID numbers have dropped. Most recently, the Board of Ed, the EACC, and the county commissioners have all agreed to the same set of financial numbers for the county. A lot of moving parts are needed to make that happen, and a lot of negotiating is needed to make that happen, and a lot of communication. When the 3 institutions stay in contact with each other, listen to each other, and make necessary compromises, some pretty amazing things can happen. This communication was also made better by what it was not. There was no dismissiveness, no accusations, no shrinking away from what we all want this county to be. People stepped up into their roles and embraced the collaborative moment. So what's left this year? Another set of fully attended graduations in the first school year that started in person and ended in person in 3 years. There will always be more work to do. That's why we wanted the jobs, right? The road through this year has not been without its bumps. There are many pressing things that need to be addressed, such as some extreme discipline issues. Next month, I'll continue to address this growing concern. Today, however, I wanted all of us to take a second to appreciate the scope that all of us happened this year. One of the best things about our educational jobs is they give us time to reflect and reload. That has never been more needed than in the last 3 years. Let us all take a second to reflect on all the hard work we've done individually and collectively to navigate this school year. I am personally proud of all the work we have accomplished together. After you take that moment, let's get back to the good work we do. Let's roll up our sleeves and continue to make Charles County Public Schools the best system it can be. With the blueprint nudging us forward, and with the commissioners, the Board of Education leadership, and EACC working together, let's continue to take Charles County Public Schools to infinity and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heil. Ms. Birch?
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Sarah Birch, president of ASME Local 2981. April and May have been very busy for ASME. I had a meeting with the ASME representative, Kawami Rose, on April 14th to plan for the upcoming ratification of the 2023 contract and elections. The treasurer of Local 2981, Yolanda Christian, attended the meeting also. After leaving that meeting, I attended and spoke at the Charles County Commissioners meeting on the importance of fully funding the 2023 budget for Charles County Public Schools. I delivered 62 letters to the commissioners from members of ASME to support fully the 2023 budget. Support staff needs raises that have been negotiated. Students need the extra programs to improve test scores and surpass scores that have plummeted during COVID. Support staff are all involved in making these programs work. Food and nutrition services provide nutritious meals. Secretaries are busy keeping the planning moving. Instructional assistants are learning the new programs. Summer is coming soon. Some of support staff will work the summer programs. Some will take time to regroup. Building service will have all the buildings projects ready for the middle of August. All support staff deserve the raises that have been negotiated for the 2023 budget. I plan to attend the Supporting Services June 17th picnic to hand out flyers, and information about AFSCME. My last meeting with maintenance, AFSCME had 12 new members sign up. The last monthly meeting on May 3rd, AFSCME had 46 members attend. The AFSCME International Convention will be attended by 4 members on July 11th through the 15th. The president, Yolanda Christian, Mona DiBenedetto, and Reba Neely. I can't say her name. Our members are growing. Personally, I have enjoyed this year working with administration, the Board of Education's, everyone, and of course, helping my support staff in any way I could. Don't forget, be safe, vaccinate.
All right, next up, Mr. Lowndes.
Bring everyone up that's talking about summer programs right now, so we don't have transitions. We can just talk about these 3 programs that are going to take place. Good afternoon, Chairperson Mr. Lucas, Vice Chairperson Ms. Wilson, board members, and Dr. Navarro. Today we're going to talk, I'm going to talk about summer programs. We're going to have Dr. Jones and Dr. Gill. They're going to talk about the graduation, and Ms. Conte is going to talk about project graduation. And so these are 3 meetings, 3 items that we're going to bring to you that are going to happen very soon. I heard today that seniors' last day is May 20. I was reminded, and that's just right around the corner. So that means these events are happening very soon as well. So Ms. Eubanks, if you can, there we go. So today with the summer programs, we have a variety of summer programs very similar to last summer, and we've made some minor adjustments based on some feedback from last summer and based on some areas that we knew we needed some adjustments because students were not attending at the numbers that we wanted them to attend. So we did make some adjustments to make the programs more attractive and also to spread out some of the programs, which I will talk about later, to help us attract teachers to the Summer Boost program and the high school and middle school summer school programs. So the first program I'd like to talk about is the Elementary Summer Boost program. This will take place from July 5th through August 4th from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. We will have transportation, and we will have breakfast, and we'll have lunch during this summer program for our elementary students. And we've also teamed up with AlphaBest to provide before care and after care for our families. Unfortunately, we were not able to get out the AlphaBest information at the same time that we've gotten our program information out. And as a result, we're a little slow with the registration for AlphaBest. So at this time, I would like to remind parents that we do have AlphaBest available to them, but we are paying as a school system for students that receive free and reduced meals for AlphaBest. And so I'm hoping that many more of our families will take advantage of that preschool, before school program and after school program, especially our families that are working and didn't send their students last summer to the Elementary Summer Boost program because they didn't feel there was enough time of the day taken care of for their students. So we did try to address that based on feedback that we heard from our parents in our community. We also made it will be a well-rounded program this summer. It will focus in on reading and math. This is for targeted students. They were sent to invitations based on their reading and their math scores, their iReady scores, with the emphasis on our students that are need the most catch-up and are farthest behind according to their grade level. We have sent out the first batch of invites, and we have heard from some families that they were not interested because they had already made summer plans. And so we have just recently sent out a second round of invites to some students. So what we've done is we've tiered our students based on the supports that they need. And the students that are most far behind and we're trying to catch up got the first round of invites. And then we go to the next round of students that we're trying to help and support and give them an invite as well. We have around, I believe it's 1,300 students that have committed right now, and we're aiming for around 1,500 students at our elementary level. If we can go on to the next slide. So our middle school boost program. Our middle school boost program is targeted towards reading and math for students that are behind in their grade level. It's very similar to our elementary program. With our boost program for the summer middle school, you'll see it starts at 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. One of the reasons is because we are providing transportation, and in order to provide the transportation to our elementary students and to our middle school students, we had to stagger the time. And so we are currently working on signing up our students to our middle school programs. And I don't have exact numbers for you right now because their deadline for us is on Wednesday. But just to let you know, we're aiming for 630 students for this program. They will receive lunch at this program. They don't receive the breakfast because it starts at 10 a.m. We're going to get them in there. If we gave them lunch and breakfast, we would be feeding them all day, and we wouldn't be able to have time to work on the reading and the math. So we can go to the next slide. And so our ninth grade, rising ninth grade students. So this is for students that are currently eighth grade. And we have taken information from teachers and from schools as to what students they feel would benefit for a program that's like a boot camp program to help our students prepare for the high school. And so it's really focused in on front-loading our core subjects and giving them the big picture and the big idea, teaching them how to take notes, focusing in on vocabulary that they're going to see in their English, their math, their science, and social studies class, and giving them a leg up. So when they start their ninth grade year, they already have a leg up. And as we all know, it's very important for students to be successful in their ninth grade year. And when you look at the studies for students that don't graduate, many times that occurs with they're having a difficult time in their first year of high school. So this is a program that's targeting those students to give them a leg up before they go. We can go to the next program. So summer school. Summer school is for students that unfortunately weren't successful during the school year with a course, and it's really about catching students up with courses and with and any student that failed a course along the way, inviting them to come and make up that course. We have, in the past, pre-COVID, had around 350 students. Last year, targeted were around 1,000 students. And based on some information that we currently have, we're expecting to target around 600 to 700 students. We are currently working with schools with our extended learning opportunities to help catch kids up that are not doing as well, to try to prevent them from failing and having to go to summer school. So I don't have exact numbers right now. We won't have it, unfortunately, until the end of the year when we have a determination as to how many students need to go to summer school to get caught up on credit. One of the things to let you know with that original summer school, or the summer school program, is we are offering more original credit classes. One thing that we did hear from the community is that many of our students would like to take advantage of being able to take the personal financial literacy class and some other programs, and so we are offering that. We're also looking at offering geometry in the summer, because when we're looking down the road for our early college program, many of our students are going to have to be in Algebra 2 by the time they're a junior have finished Algebra 2 by the time they're going into their junior year in order to qualify to go to the early college program if they're going to be ready for an AA and take that program at the College of Southern Maryland. So we are looking at offering geometry for students that, when we look at where they are really good candidates for the AA degree in the following year. So as you can see, the summer programs are not only used to help kids get caught up, but help kids get to a point where they can take advantage of more of our programs that we're going to be offering in the future in Charles County Public Schools. Our summer education, special education boost program. So this is a program where it's determined at their IEP meeting that they need extended school year options. And so families will be invited and told about these summer programs with special education during their IEP meetings and whether they need to go to an extended school year option or not. And so once again, I don't have exact numbers on this. We're still having IEP meetings now until the end of the year where they'll be identifying students that will be going to this program. So our gifted education and summer enrichment program. So here's where we made an adjustment. So last year when we looked at our summer boost programs and our programs that were designed to help catch kids up, we noticed that we didn't have many teachers that were interested in that program, and we also noticed that there were some students that would rather go to an enrichment camp, I don't get it, rather than a boost camp. So what we ended up doing was we ended up staggering these programs. And what we have noticed by staggering the programs is we did get many more teachers to teach our summer schools and our boost programs to be able to provide more opportunities for students that are behind. But what we did also find out is that we didn't have the same amount of teachers that were interested in teaching in our enrichment programs. And so there is a little slight decline in the number of enrichment programs that we're offering. And so we do have a wait list out there for students that want to take advantage of our enrichment programs. So if there's any other teachers out there that are looking to provide an enrichment program, we would be interested in hearing from you so we can take some students off the wait list. We have the CTE program. With our CTE programs, there is a few seats still available, and so for some parents that wanted to go to the enrichment program, you might want to talk to your children to see whether they'd be interested in going to the Cte Explorer programs. And the Science Center, once again, the Science Center, if you'll see, it's a very popular program that we have running here in Charles County, and 3 out of the 4 science programs that we offer are full. Once again, we have a wait list, and we will be taking students off the wait list. And so we do want to hear from families if something does come up and you have something that you're going to do instead of sending your child to the science program, let us know so that we can let other students in that are on the wait list. And summer graduation this year will be on August 5th, 2022, and we hope to see everyone here at graduation. Any questions about our summer programs? Yes.
Wilson.
I'm going to wade into this very carefully. Geometry in summer school, I'd be very interested to see how many actually take the class. I think it's a great idea. I was not good at math, and it would be a hard to get motivated to take geometry during summer school. And I'm just trying to, what's the secret sauce of getting more folks, getting more of our students to engage in that? I wish I had the encouragement and support to do so, but I'm trying to swallow that bitter pill. But I like the fact that the opportunity exists, and then a question is there any incentives that we can provide to our teachers for the enrichment program that you can think of? And then lastly, The Cte Exploration Camps, I think, is awesome, but probably the biggest challenge is the parents, because a lot of parents don't want to promote CTE, and I know of a lot of electricians and plumbers that are making a pretty good living. Can we talk about how we're promoting this in terms of parents' engagement and support?
So I will say that Rebecca Pearson has done a great job with Kevin Reisner going out and talking to the middle school students and targeting with their CTE teachers. And when I say we have a few slots, I really do only mean a few slots. So week 1, we have just 105 seats filled, and there's 110 seats. So we are doing a really good job of filling those seats. But when I'm telling you that all these other things are filled, I thought I'd better, say something's not filled, so we do have something available. And so, but I do want to say that we are working to get these seats filled as well. But they are doing a really good job of going out and promoting all the different programs that are out there.
And I think that would be a great, worthy of further discussion, like with the Chamber of Commerce, about incentives for this program. If we can get them to go to these summer camps, to have a relationship where we continue the discussion about the future and the possibility of entering in a CTE, career field.
I agree.
Thank you.
That's fine.
I'm sorry, can I just go back to her question about math, geometry?
Oh, that's what I was going to ask or say, but go ahead.
So one of the important things that the reason we're offering geometry specifically is that when we are looking at developing targets for kids to start early college, that means that they're able to graduate with an associate's degree along with a high school diploma during their high school years. There's a couple things that we're learning from talking to parents. First is that we need to talk to more families so they can understand what this opportunity really can mean. The other thing that we're seeing is that when we look at, we've had some wonderful students who just either have moved here from different places or just scheduling. And one of the topics that is not often discussed has been as a result of COVID, has been the vast retention of students, right? There's a lot of students who were retained in their classes through COVID. So we've got some catching up to do, as well as, in the strategic plan, we talked about learning opportunities that go outside of the traditional school day. So we do have some work to do to encourage and to make it kind of a new normal for young people to think about creating a very strategic plan for how they're going to navigate high school and get all of the possible, you get the most amount of juice per squeeze, or whatever that saying is. And we really want to work with the transition of middle school into high school, both with parents and students, so they understand fully what could be happening, and implications of potentially looking at summer, sort of the way college students look at winter session and summer session, strategically, because they want to do an internship, because they want to graduate earlier, because they want to have a double major. So we want to start having, and this is an education not just for students, but also for parents, of thinking of high school differently as a vehicle to get you all that it can possibly get you as you're getting ready for that next phase. And I think we have some fabulous Dr. Simpson, who we're going to meet later today. She's a fabulous math teacher, and I think we just have to get those fabulous math teachers to have a shortened summer and to be with our students during the summer. And I think if we have some fabulous teachers that are, I think, thinking with us on how to do that effectively. The other thing is that we also have thought of summer programs traditionally to be half day. You hear a lot of ideas starting to come up about working with before and after care for the younger students. In the future, we may come to you and say, we don't need 5 weeks of high school summer classes. We may need an intense 2 weeks of 9 to 4, 9 to 3, something compacted more intensely that students can work through. So we really want to think about the use of time effectively for young people, because families have trips they want to do and other things that they want to do. So we're just kind of tinkering with how we maximize the summer time for our students.
And it's also, you know, when starting a new program, such as the early college program, it lets you know a little bit about some of the institutional barriers that might be in the way when you start now, when you're trying to recruit for kids that have kind of basically already gone through their career here, and they're juniors trying to get into this program, and then there's things they haven't completed through no fault of their own, but it lets us know when we have to start some things earlier. So one is the financial literacy courses, and we need to make sure that kids, you know, kind of take that earlier on in their high school career rather than later. The other thing is looking at the community service hours and making sure that kids understand that you need to really work on those community service hours your 9th and 10th grade year, because it opens up and frees up a lot of things your 11th and 12th grade year. And so we're learning some of these things, and you know, in looking at having more students get opportunities for advanced placement courses, as the curriculum office looks at how we offer our advanced placement courses and what are some of the barriers for students getting into certain courses, aligning that all the way down into the 8th grade so that there's more opportunities by the time they get to high school. And so these are some of the conversations that we're having upstairs that are great conversations, but no one would have predicted some of this outcome until you try to change the end game. And when you change the end game a little bit, it has a bigger ripple effect than sometimes we imagined.
Yeah, I was going to comment on what you just said. I think, you know, there are some kids that you know, they want to be busy during the summer. And to what you just said, to Ms. Wilson's point about the geometry course or other courses that are, what is the phrase that you used? I'm sorry.
Exciting?
No, original credit, sorry. Original credit courses, that it frees up some of their time in high school. Not frees up, they still need to take a full schedule, but they can take those electives, those things that they want to take, maybe an art class, a band class, or something that they normally couldn't take because they have to take all these required classes. So I think it's a good thing. The more that we can do, again, it's all about opportunity and giving those kids the opportunity. And you touched on it, that kids that before didn't have access to stuff, now we can make that possible. So I think it's a very good thing. Ms. McGraw?
I'd like to say thank you for the presentation. I really like the variety of programs that are going to be available at all the levels. But I especially like the fact that the program's not going to start until July the 5th. Is it the 5th?
Correct.
And run through August the 4th, because I really think kids need to have a little bit of a downtime after they've left school. But most importantly, I like the fact that it's closer, the ending time is closer to the beginning of school, and there's less of a learning loss that they've, you know, gained from the summer before they start school. So almost like they have a leg up to get a running start when school begins, you know, in later part of August. But I heard you say that the program's going to run, especially for the elementary school kids, from Monday through Thursday. Is there, and I like the fact that we're going to partner with AlphaBest. Is AlphaBest going to be available on Friday if the parents want to take advantage of, you know, that last day they need something for their kids?
Well, AlphaBest at the elementary is going to run all-day programs that day.
Okay.
One of the things that we're going to take advantage of, and knock on wood, we hope that it'll be available is, and people take advantage of, is we're going to offer professional development to our teachers on that Friday, because many of them will be in town if they're teaching the summer school and the summer boost and things like that, where we can now offer, you know, the math curriculum program, and we can offer the reading program, and we can try to get more of our teachers on board with the curriculum they're going to teach come the fall, and hopefully make it desirable for them to teach. To go to these professional learning opportunities for them in the summer, where they'll have more of it, have a leg up when they start and begin the fall with those courses and those curriculums. So we'll see how that goes. We're hoping that, you know, we'll have a big turnout for that.
And the last thing I'd just like to say is there a possibility that we could, because it didn't, AlphaBest, I guess, agreeing to do this, did not coincide with our other information, can we send out social media blasts about the fact that AlphaBest is available?
So we are going to target the students that we have sent out our summer programmings to. and we're going to do it through the schools. What we've learned is when it comes from the principal and the schools, that the parents pay more attention than when it comes from central office.
Okay, that's fine.
Which you know.
Fine.
Ms. Abel?
Is it feasible or possible in the near future that we could also offer enhanced opportunities for the high school level, maybe by video for during the summer?
For example?
Increased opportunities if they want to take another foreign language, or if, to clear up time on their schedule during the school year, as Mr. Lucas alluded to.
Yeah, so this summer we are offering some classes with the intent that next year we're going to be offering more. And we're also looking at offering some type of opportunities during the school year through our night school program and through our virtual high school program. And so we're trying to figure out, we have many programs out there that are targeted towards one area, and we're trying to look at how can we use some of these programs to level other desires that we have in the system with things that are already in place. And so one of the areas that we already know going into next year, based on this year and based on the hiring, is that we're going to have a need for Spanish teachers next year in some of our high schools and middle schools. And so how can we use the Spanish teacher that we've hired for the virtual high school to help maybe teach a course during a time period where a student in one of our brick and mortar high schools can go online and take the Spanish class there? And how can we use the night school maybe for someone who, because of whatever reason, can't take it during that school day because it doesn't fit their current schedule, can take it at night? So we are looking at leveraging not only the summer but the school year with our programs that we currently have with staff that we currently have working with us.
Awesome. Because a lot of times transportation with our community, being a commuting community, transportation is an issue, especially in single adult households, getting students to and from, especially during the summer, if you're doing just one class over the summer. So a virtual option for some of these would be very beneficial. Thank you.
I agree.
What else? I just have one thing to follow up on. So for the elementary summer boost, all those kids have been identified by their school?
So we identified the students based off their performance levels, based off their iReady scores.
Okay,
So students that are, we started with students that were 1 or 2 grade levels behind, and invited those students, and then we're students that, we're moving our way up, so we'll have a full program, but as students say no, then we go to the next one on the list.
But it is based on, if you could sum it up in one phrase, their academic performance
Correct.
to date. And of those kids, if I heard you correctly, if you're in that group and you are a student who is in free and reduced lunch, then AlphaBest is paid for by the school system.
Correct.
Okay, so just.
Now, we will not be able to, we will not be able to provide bus transportation for the before school program at that time because, we can only do one run for those schools, and we're basing it on the actual start time of the program. So if a parent does want to take advantage of the before school AlphaBest program, then those parents would have to drive or make arrangements for their child to get to the before school program.
No, that's understandable. And as you said, it's all going to come from the school, but just for the public to hear, if your child, has been is in that program and you're in a free and reduced lunch, then you can get that care provided by AlphaBest.
They're all going to get breakfast and they're all going to get lunch.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, that's great. Okay, thanks.
Dr. Jones?
Yes, so, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Just one point about the last thing.
Yes.
Is this going to cost money? Because I know in the past, other programs have cost $300 for students to do. So is this free for all students?
What program?
So that's probably for the credit, for the original credit for the summer school?
Like financial literacy.
Financial literacy?
So we are going to use ESSER money this summer to fund those courses.
So
we
this
haven't
year, no, is
one
what I'm
time
hearing.
funding of
But in
using
the
ESSER.
future, yes.
What's that?
So this year, no, but the future, yes.
So this year, no, this year we will not be charging. In the future, we have to, once again, look at where our funding sources are coming from and whether it's available or not. So I can't say that it's now and going forward because we never know what's going to happen with money sources in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
That's a good question. Thanks.
All right, so in our office, we are all things graduation this time of year. And so we will have a very short presentation, we think, regarding just the status of our graduation plans at this point. And so, Dr. Gill, I'll let you kick us off.
Yeah. So the week after Memorial Day is graduation week in Charles County. There are no graduations on Memorial Day, but the next day, Tuesday, May 31st through Friday, June 3rd, we do have graduation each day. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we have 2 graduations a day, 9 o'clock and 1 o'clock, easy to remember. And then on Friday, we'll have our last graduation, and that's at 9 o'clock. They are all at Regency Furniture Stadium in Waldorf, just like last year, which is an outdoor graduation. Dress accordingly for the weather, and we are hoping for good weather. So for some details about that, graduates will be dropped off by their families at St. Charles High School, where they will line up, report in, be sure that they are dressed, ready to go, 1 hour before their ceremony, whatever time that is. Each graduate will receive 8 tickets for their guests and 2 parking passes. Of course, the graduate does not need a ticket to get in. They're part of the show. But all of their friends and family will need a ticket in order to come in. It doesn't matter how old you are. The fire marshal counts a person as a person, no matter how small. And so everybody would need a guest ticket and then 2 parking passes. Parking at Regency Furniture Stadium is not unlimited. When we were at North Point High School in the county, we were able to expand. We were able to use the fields. We were able to go to Davis Middle School and have people go across the street. We even had Diggs Elementary School as a satellite site. So parking passes are limited, and we're going to ask for graduates and their families to carpool because the sheriff's office will not allow parking on Piney Church Road. So if you're late and the parking lot's full, they will not allow people to park on Piney Church Road. That's unsafe. And then St. Charles High School will be in session. So we will need for there to be student parking and staff parking at St. Charles High School. The buses will need to get in. There's a car rider line going through there. So that's why we have parking passes and limited guest tickets. Regency Furniture Stadium will open its gates an hour before the ceremony. We would not want people to show up 3 hours beforehand and be sitting in the heat. So an hour before the ceremony will give people plenty of time to find their seats. And those ceremonies will be live streamed on our website and will be shown throughout the summer on our television stations. We're hoping for good weather, but...
Yes, in the event that it is not as great as what it was last year for the most part, we will plan to begin shifting the graduations that get missed because of rain. We will plan to shift them over as they occur over to Friday afternoon. So you'll remember that Friday morning, there's only one graduation planned, North Point High School. So that afternoon, the stadium is free, as well as it is on Saturday. And so if, for example, the first graduation, maybe McDonough, I don't remember off the top of my head, if the first graduation has to be postponed because of rain, we will shift it over to occur on Friday afternoon, and we will plan for that to be at 1 o'clock. We will also, we're thinking that the next one would be on Saturday if we had to shift the one from Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday, whatever graduation we missed because of weather. We will shift it over to first beginning on Friday afternoon, and then over to Saturday, same times, 9 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. If we had to go to the next one, it would be 1 o'clock in the afternoon on Saturday. And we could, if we really had to, go to a third one on Saturday at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. We are truly hoping that we do not have to implement the rain or the weather plans, but we do have a plan to still host the graduation at the stadium in the event the rain does come that week. Should there be a monsoon or something that week and we cannot do any of our graduations or more than 4 in the stadium, then we will ask the high schools to be prepared to move their graduation back to their school on another date, not that particular day. The high school principals have been, and their graduation teams have been advised of this, to be prepared for that. Again, that is not the ideal situation, but it could well be if we had, that kind of weather where we just couldn't do it there in the stadium. So we're hoping for the best for that, and hopefully things will go as planned. After each graduation, you heard a little bit about this, I think, from Dr. Navarro early on, but after each graduation is the celebration. And so, rain or shine, yes, you see the flyer Dr. Navarro's holding up. Rain or shine, project graduation will go on. And here to talk about the party, Ms. Jennifer Conti.
Thank you, Dr. Jones. I have been lucky to have the distinct pleasure of having the best job in the school system, where everybody else is worried about graduating our students and actually having the ceremonies. I get to throw the after party. So. Project graduation started in 1986 by John Hayden and the chemical people. And so, as Dr. Navarro stated already, this is our substance-free event, and we have a 37-year history of 0 fatalities of a graduating senior on their graduation night, which we are extraordinarily proud of. We partner with the Charles County Sheriff's Office to make sure that our students just have a really safe and fun time. And those people all retired in 2017, and so Charles County Public Schools took over then, and so it has been a partnership between us and the Sheriff's Office, as well as several other partners in the community. So historically, we have always had project graduation at the community college, but this year we are moving to the fairgrounds, the Charles County Fairgrounds, and the hours have shifted a bit as well. We are going from 6 to 10 p.m. So the dates, again, are the 31st through the 3rd. It is the night of each of the school's graduations, so we'll have 2 each night. And then on Friday, not only are public school students invited, but private school students as well as homeschool students will be invited to attend as well. We have a ton of community support. On social media, we list all of our sponsors, but what we tell people is that we need people, money, and things. So anybody who wants to participate, we can use you as a chaperone, you can write us a check, you can donate a gift basket, and I believe the next slide is our gift baskets. So this was last year's gift baskets. So although we did not have project graduation for the past 2 years, students still received their gift bag. And last year the students said, we want those gift baskets, we want those raffles back. So even though we did not have the party, we made sure that those students got these gift baskets, and they are amazing. Each school provides 1 gift basket. Each high school does 2 gift baskets. One of them is a spirit gift basket, spiritware, and then the other is of their choice. And we have such a wide variety, and also most of the departments here at central office make a gift basket. And so if the Board of Education would like to participate in making a gift basket, you just let me know. I will give you all of the details. One of our board members used to volunteer at project graduation before she was a board member, and she was stuffing those bags, which was amazing. Thank you. So activities this year, the 360-degree photo booth is all the rage, so we of course will have one of those at our party. And then the drunk goggles. So this is a simulation of being on a substance. So the Charles County Sheriff's Office will run this station. So you put on the goggles and it simulates being under the influence of alcohol or drugs. We both have alcohol and drugs, and we have pedal carts, and the students will go on an obstacle course with their drunk goggles on to show them what it's like to drink and drive, because again, this is a prevention program, and so we want them to know without actually having to experience that. We have tons of free food and drinks. We have the gift bag. We also have airbrush tattoo artists. We have the very coveted beach towel, and I have that to share with you today. Everybody wants one of these.
Yeah.
So this is this year's beach
Oh.
towel.
Woohoo!
Everybody wants one.
Mm-hmm.
Show you to the seniors. Thank you. We have a wonderful graphic artist that does that for us every year. We have an LED dance floor and the loudest, most amazing DJ you have ever heard. And then at the end of the night, we raffle off all of those prizes. And this year, we have done our registration electronically. So seniors received a letter, and their parents received a letter, and it's an Eventbrite. So the schools will also receive a QR code, and I believe that you all have the posters up there, so those will be going up in the schools next week. Students can scan the QR code. It brings up the Eventbrite invitation, and we have a redundancy because people are like, well, how are we going to know that it's actually our students that are signing up for it? So they have to put in their student ID number, which we will be double checking, and then also our school staff will be at the entrance checking students in and verifying that they are in fact our students.
All right.
Any questions? Ms. Wilson?
The time has been changed from 6 to 10. Previously, it was 6 to 10 or late. I thought it was later.
It was much later, and the reason that we moved it up so much more early is because it's during the school week, and so we have staff that work that event, and they have to be at school at 6:45 the next morning, and so we did do it earlier this year.
And the other part of that is our graduations don't necessarily end as late as what they used to previously in the past.
Because we used to have a 7 p.m.
Yes.
graduation.
I mean, you guys are the subject matter experts, and Project Graduation has been extremely successful. And anything that we can do to allow and encourage a safe, night. 10 o'clock is and I understand the situation with the employees, but we want to keep our students engaged in a positive environment. So that when you in at 10 o'clock, that's kind of early for me for a party. I'm just saying. But with the mindset of safety in promoting a safe environment, I'm a little bit as parental, being a little bit concerned about keeping everyone safe. The other thing is it's at the fairgrounds. Will there be any transportation, say, from the high schools to the fairgrounds? So we're going to have a lot of young, happy graduates driving, and we want, again, from a safety perspective.
Yes, ma'am. So we have never provided transportation to Project Graduation. Students either drive themselves or their parents can drop them off. And again, we will have Charles County Sheriff's Office doing traffic control and making sure that the students on the road are safe.
And then my last question is, our wonderful relationship with the Chamber of Commerce, have we reached out and encouraged them to support fully? And all those gifts are just absolutely amazing. I mean, I didn't have that when I graduated from La Plata High. So the bigger we can make the pot as far as of the wonderful gifts, the more likelihood the students will stay and celebrate. And so I just want to keep a good thing going.
Yes, absolutely. We reach out to members of the Chamber of Commerce every year, and all of our generous donors are part of the Chamber of Commerce.
Thank you.
Anything else, Mr. Hurd?
Thank you for all your work. I know it's not easy, and as a graduating senior, I'm excited for these festivities. But I will echo Ms. Wilson's concerns about the time frame change. And I know from prom, being in a similar time frame, students don't view it as, oh, I've got to do prom or the after party. They stack those two things on each other. And I know this is meant to be a substitute. And so I do think there could be a perspective from students of, oh, we've got project graduation, we've got the raffle, so we're going to stay till the end. And then we've got that party at so-and-so's house down in wherever. Let's head to that afterwards. And I think it's, with it ending at 10 p.m., it's a lot easier for the logistics to work out that way than the original time frame. So I would just echo that concern.
Yeah, Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. Thank you for your presentation. As someone who graduated and did go through project graduation, it was awesome then and it's awesome now. And what's so good about it is when you make the safe place to be, the funnest place to be and the coolest place to be, people are going to want to go there. So it's an awesome thing, and it's thank you to you guys for putting this all together, and thank you for our sponsors as well. And I agree and I understand the concerns that Mr. Hurd and Ms. Wilson have brought up, the early time frame. But I think that's where parents really need to step in, and if the parents know that it's ending at 10, then they got to control their child, in my opinion. I mean, if my kid's going somewhere, I know it's ending at 10, then he's my responsibility at that point. So, but it's an awesome program, and it's a ton of fun. It was a ton of fun when I went, and anyone that goes to it is going to have a lot of fun.
Do you still have your towel?
I do, actually. My towel had the high schools on, all the high schools that were on it at the time, so now there's more high schools. But I still have the towel. It's falling apart, though. Thank you.
Ms. Zabel?
I too have towels. This started the year after I graduated, but from my tenure here on the board, this year will be my 18th towel, and I still have all of them, so thank you.
Yes.
Just wanted to confirm that we do have access to the buildings at the fairgrounds as well in case of inclement weather.
So it is in the buildings.
It is
We
in
are
the buildings.
in
Okay.
the main arena.
Okay.
So that is why we are rain or shine.
Awesome.
Good. Anything else? Yeah, Mr. Valentine.
So thank you, Chairperson Lucas. Ms. Conti, she knows what's up because I can say we had a 360 camera at prom and there was a line the whole night. So I'm sure it'll be a big hit at project graduation too. One thing I did want to mention about graduation, I can't wait, but unfortunately we're not able to have live music at Regency Furniture Stadium. That's my understanding. So I know this year that's not really possible, but I hope that going into the future we might look to find ways to bring that back, because when I was a freshman the last time we had a full graduation at North Point, that was a great experience to see that and look forward to it. So I hope that maybe we can find a way to get our bands and choirs back into the gig too at some point.
So I just have a couple more things, and I just want to echo the benefits of project graduation. I worked that not just years but decades ago when you had kids, they'd put on the sumo wrestler suits and bump into each other, and you had a mechanical bull and things like that. And it's just a good way for the kids to finish out their school experience. And as the board members have said, and you have to weigh everything, but if there's any way in the future to think about just going a little later, I think that would help and help with the, one of the reasons for having the event in the first place. With regard to graduation, and this is more of a maybe a question, so several board members asked, and I just want to make sure, so the board is going to be sitting on the stage at graduation. Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is correct.
Okay, and we will be handing diplomas to students?
That is correct.
That is correct.
That's correct.
Yes.
So if board members or if anyone in the public that would like a board member to give their student a diploma, then board members need to let Ms. Stubblefield know. Is that correct? And she'll arrange with the schools.
That is correct.
That is correct, yes.
There you go. Okay, that's 3 in a row.
That's how it used to work.
Correct. I'm going to
Yes.
stop.
Pre-COVID rules.
Yeah. You go. Actually, though, when they get their, when the student gets their picture taken, is that happening when they walk off the stage, or when they?
Yes, when they're holding their diploma.
That's. I think that's a better way. We did that. Yeah.
As they're coming down the stairs, the photographer takes
Yeah.
a picture of their
That's
diploma.
perfect. I think that's a much better way than when the board members are trying to.
They're not
hand-
doing the onstage pictures like they used to.
I think there's both. I mean, I think they have
Okay.
2 photographers, but they're not getting them going up on the stage.
Yeah, they used to do it when they were handed the diploma, and I think we changed it because it was a lot more efficient just to get them walking off the stage with the picture.
Well, and I think it's hard for the photographer to stand on the ground, on the field, and then
Yes.
take the picture,
Yeah.
up from your chin, up your nose perspective.
Okay.
So I think once they walk down the steps and they're at eye level, it's a better photo.
Perfect. Okay. Thanks. Any other questions on anything? Ms. Abel?
I'm sorry, it's still not quite answered. So the photographer doesn't stand on the ground when he's taking pictures on the stage. He has a little step ladder there that he's usually standing on. So I think the question is, they usually used to, pre-COVID, take a picture as we're handing the diploma.
So how about
And
we
then
get
they
some
also
clarity?
took pictures at the bottom
Yeah.
of the stairs. They have 4 cameramen, 2 for each side of the stage and 2 for each steps. So I think that is what we're going back to?
Well, how about we get some clarity and we
Yes.
bring that back?
Yeah.
Because we haven't, to be honest, we haven't had that specific discussion with the photographers to say, will you be up on the
Okay.
ladders, will you be?
So I
how
know
about we
the
get
last
that?
years, because of COVID, they changed it and we're only taking a picture at the bottom of the stage because nobody was actually
Right.
doing the handoff.
And it might have to do with their staffing capabilities as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thanks.
And so we won't be back before you in this setting before the
That's
first
fine.
graduation, but we
update.
will send in any updates.
There was just some confusion there, that's
Yeah.
all.
Right, got it.
All right. Hey, thank you all very much. Really appreciate it. Next, we'll hear from Ms. Acton.
Good afternoon. So on board docs, you have this document along with the write-up. So I'm going to go through the intercategory budget requests that we have before you. Under instructional supplies, we are asking to increase by $651,892, which was used for science, psychology, and foreign language textbooks, along with many online subscriptions. Under operation of plant, we're asking to increase by $1,809,000, which was used for replacement of laptops and computers that are over 5 years of age, replacement and purchase of one-to-one devices, classroom touch panels, a sewer line repair project between Steedham and Craik. We're also asking for $305,000 under maintenance of plant, which was for the replacement of Smallwood's gym floor and bleachers, and $30,000 for under community service, which is for the overtime hours for building service staff, which is supporting community events. And then the final category is $10,155,000 for capital outlay, which is for additional relocatable classrooms in the CTE Barber program. Also renovation of McDonough's auditorium, addition of sprinkler systems at Malcolm Elementary, and the renovation of the heating and air conditioning system in La Plata High School. Part of that was covered by a grant, but there were additional costs with that we're asking for the move out of the operating budget. And you can see on the decrease column all of the areas that we are moving the funds from. The majority of that is wages. There are some savings in teachers' retirement, nurses and the contracted nurses and bus operations, some savings under non-public placement schools, and some savings under contracted instruction. We didn't need as much for Department of Juvenile Services as budgeted, but the majority of it is actually coming from savings in wages and reduction in some contracted services. Are there any questions?
Any questions from any board members?
No.
None? Going once?
For a total of $12,850,000. I guess I should say that, shouldn't I?
Just let me read this one paragraph.
$12,950,000. Sorry about that.
On the capital outlay,
Mm-hmm.
so in the description it says funds will support the purchase of additional relocatable classrooms, and then it talks about moving 10 classrooms, and you may not know this off the top of your head, but are we in fact buying more relocatables?
Yes, we are.
1.1 million relocatable classrooms. Yes.
So we're spending over $1 million on relocatables. I'm sorry, Mr. Hahn, you're gonna
Explain yourself, Mr. Hahn.
No.
We are not purchasing additional relocatable classrooms. We are moving 16 existing relocatable classrooms. So currently at Benjamin Stoddert, we have 10 relocatable classrooms on site. As part of the final phase of that renovation and addition, we are moving those 10 classrooms from Stoddert to various schools that have enrollment growth. And then also as part of the T.C. Martin proposed renovation and addition, T.C. Martin has 6 relocatables on that site. So as part of that renovation, we need that space. We're moving those 6. We're moving a total of 16 relocatable classrooms from 2 existing sites to several sites around the county, including Henson Middle School, Hanson Middle School, Picklewaxon Middle School, because they are seeing increased numbers as a result of redistricting. We're moving 2 to Middleton Elementary School because they are seeing increased enrollment because of their part of their zone, which includes the St. Charles area.
Okay, great, thank you. Any other questions? Okay, thanks so much, Ms. Sackman, appreciate it. All right, at this time, we will take a break until, let's get back at 2:55. That'll make you look at the clock a little bit. So, 13 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Next up, we'll hear from Mr. Heim and Mr. Andritz.
Good afternoon. Today I'm joined by Steve Andritz, who's our Director of Planning and Construction. We have 2 items for today. First, we have the project status update. We just have some brief verbal updates on that, and then second, we'll have a brief report on a new policy, energy policy, that is a required document that we have to submit to the state in support of our CIP programs. First, a couple things before we entertain questions about product status update. We are, fingers crossed, optimistic that our delayed project at McDonough on the field turf, replacement of the natural grass surface. If you remember months ago, we talked about, historically we've had some drainage issues there, so we evaluated a number of ideas at addressing that, and we determined the best long-term solution was to put a field turf there. McDonough is also a school that's on a private well, so during times of drought or dry periods, it puts a strain on that well to keep that field watered, hydrated. We've had a lengthy permitting process, and we believe we see the finish line. So we anticipate that construction for that field installation will start very soon. On a positive note, fortunately, that's worked well with McDonough's spring season. The spring season is winding down now with the playoffs starting, so it's very likely that that project will begin without or very minimal disruption to the spring sports that use the field and the track. We also would like to provide a brief update on the T.C. Martin project. We had recently, at the end of April, on April 26th, we had the bid openings for that project with general contractors submitting their bids. At this time, those bids are over our projected funding for that project, so we are working with the county, the state, and then in-house and how we can address the budget shortfall. We had a budget of about $32 million for that project. The low bid came in at $41.9, so we are working through that so we can hopefully continue with that project. And then lastly, just want to provide some additional clarification to the previous presentation that was given regarding the relocatables and that discussion. So that $1.2 million, that, again, as I explained earlier, that was to move 16 relocatable classrooms. Now you might think, why $1.2 million to do that? So they're being moved to several sites. With that, you have to have site preparation where they're going to be relocated, which includes grading, includes the installation of footers, because the relocatables are tied down to a footer. So in the event of a high windstorm or similar type event, that those relocatables don't sustain any damage or blown off where they are located. Also includes having electric in place. So typically you have to have an electrical shed to supply the electricity needed to those relocatables, and of course the data to go out to them so that they have internet, Wi-Fi, and so on. And then of course there'll be repairs that will need to be made when you're moving them from one site to another. So typically carpet is replaced because they are split in half. So it's usually when they are moved, they're split in half to be moved. So that usually necessitates a need for the carpet to replace, and then some repairs were made to the roof since it is being split in half to make that move. So Mr. Andrews, anything you want to add to T.C. Martin news and relocatable classrooms?
No, I think you covered relocatables very well. T.C. Martin, as Mr. Heim mentioned, we are working through with the contractor and the design team to identify some value engineering options that will look at reducing the overall bid number. And we have been working with the state and our counterparts in the county finance office to identify funding that we can put forward to help close the gap on the project. They are asking us to look at projects we have that are open that might have some funding, could help with the situation. So that's all part of the exercise that we are proceeding with. The county is indicating that they would like to be able to close this item out before the county commissioners close out their budget cycle, which I believe that the 24th is the date that they May 24th is the date they tentatively have that scheduled. So we are aggressively pursuing this, and we will bring the contract award back before the board because it is a full renovation project and board policy does require us to do that. So that would likely either be at a work session on Monday, May 23rd, or on the June 14th board meeting. So that's all I have.
Any questions?
Questions from members? Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas, and thank you for the presentation. I just have a question in regards to what we're finding with T.C. Martin, with cost increase and everything. And I see that for the new elementary school, number 23, the budget that's projected for that at $37,600,000. Is there any concern that moving forward that anything that we budget on a large scale out of the CIP fund that we may have to reconsider if it's already been budgeted?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and what we would typically do is, as the project moves forward, we would look at the budget, and then we would also look at any cost information that we're getting through our cost estimators, through our design team, to adjust the budget as necessary. We will be locked in from the state perspective because they are committing funds to this fiscal year. So if there is a increase in what the construction funding value that they pay for, dollar per square foot value, I should say, If that increases for next year, we will not see that benefit because we are locked in because of the money we will be getting this year. But yes, we would continue to evaluate that. We've also shared the results. We have 2 different architects working on those projects. We have shared the results of the T.C. Martin project with that architect, and we actually have a meeting scheduled with them next week to start talking about options of things to consider now ahead of the bidding process, which isn't supposed to happen until very late fall, early winter for elementary 23.
Sure. It's got to be a tough position to be in right now with the cost of everything skyrocketing and not knowing how long it's going to be that way for. And
Absolutely.
It's across the board in every industry, and it's firsthand on a large scale project like these. So, thank you for the clarification.
Sure.
And besides, obviously, escalating labor cost, material cost, which we've talked about a couple times with our past presentations, we've also, with the past presentation we gave, we talked about the Built to Learn Act kicking in this year. So that's $1.8 billion beyond typically the 280 that is distributed amongst the 24 LEAs for traditional school construction through the traditional funding process. But that $1.8 billion, which is going to be distributed over the next 10 years to the 24 LEAs, is also kicking in. So there's a large additional source of money out there for school construction, and there are a limited number of general contractors who typically take on school projects. So now you have more projects out there with the same number of contractors, which we believe is also leading to some escalation of construction costs.
And subcontractors. It's not just the general contractors, but a lot of the subcontractors too.
And there's only one general contractor in the southern Maryland area that typically submits bids for school projects. So there are a number of general contractors in the county who take on smaller projects, and we've had some of them who've been awarded contracts for kindergarten additions. But as far as a large-scale renovation or new school construction, there's only one general contractor in the southern Maryland area who generally submits contracts. So we rely on general contractors outside of this region to submit bids for these contracts.
Any other questions from my fellow board members? Okay.
So our next topic quickly is something new that's required for Charles County and the other LEAs to submit by July 1st, and it's a energy policy. So Mr. Andrich is going to introduce our energy policy.
Thank you. So as Mr. Heim mentioned, this was approved last year with I thought it was House Bill 608, or excuse me, it's included in Chapter 608 from 2021 introduction, and it mandated that all school systems implement an energy policy. And if you already had something, you needed to amend it to update it with certain things. So what we've presented to you is a energy policy for the report item this month, and it would come forward in June as an action item to get your approval to be in effect before July 1. It mandates that you have certain things in here that discuss what your annual energy usage is. It mandates that you talk about the way you intend to address energy, whether it be through your type of energy usage, through your energy efficiency, through reporting, through ways that you're going to look at maybe power purchase agreements or solar, or buying power from the grid, not just from your local utility. All of those things, whatever your goals and targets are, they want you to put that information in here. And the policy is effective for 3 years. You're required to look at it or update it in no longer than a 3-year period, and it has to be posted on your website. So we have a very short and direct policy here for you, and unless there's other questions, I will turn it over.
So I have to ask. So, what is your impression of the intent of doing this? Besides, I mean, monitoring how much energy uses. I mean, it's all that's good. I understand that, but what's the action at the end of the day?
There were a number of bills that were submitted during this past legislative session, which is encouraging school systems, something obviously was going to mandate, but some of those did not pass, to mandate that school systems work towards net zero. So they are trying to encourage school systems when doing a renovation or new school construction to consider geothermal, obviously solar energy they are pushing. And one of the bills which did not pass was actually going to require the school systems with new school construction be net zero, or there was maybe not going to be funding for those projects. So they're trying to move us away from the usage of fossil fuels.
Yeah, they also had a bill that was proposed early on this year that anything over 4,000 square feet of roof impact required it to go solar. So I believe what part of the intent here is to standardize the reporting of some of the information of your energy usage so that it is now in a format that is collectible from all the jurisdictions, and so they can look at usage across the board to see where they're high, where they're low, what are you looking at to do with it. I think a lot of times these things are precursors to other legislation or more restrictive actions that Mr. Heim was mentioning, so I think that is part of it.
Well, and I think you phrased that very well. I mean, there's a lot of things that are possible, but they all have a price tag with a lot of zeros after them, and I think that's kind of the fear of a lot of school systems. And you can certainly see the effects of COVID in our energy usage there. In the years that we didn't have people in the schools, it's dramatically lower. So.
Well, and I think one other point I'd like to just make is that we do reference in here about solar. We do have the old agreements that were out there for power purchase agreements with Solar City, which got bought out by Tesla. We had 5 schools that those were supposed to move forward on, and when Tesla bought it, they did not want to move them forward, and we worked with them to great length to try to renegotiate or to try to do anything. They didn't want to do any of them. We kind of worked with them to get at least the one done, which is the field we have down at Pickawaxen Middle School. And we have met with a number of vendors since then to look at the opportunity of having people pick up those solar fields and move them forward. And we have been unsuccessful so far. We keep reaching out to folks anytime we get that contact about these opportunities, but they just have not materialized since then. So it's not something that we're saying is off the table. It's just something we continue to work at, but we don't seem to have very much success finding a vendor who wants to work with us that seems to make it profitable for them, that it makes sense.
Well, we'll get in the phone with Elon Musk right away and see if he can't work that out for us.
But we've had a number of internal discussions, so we are looking at the possibility of some things that we can do to explore, additional energy savings, but also to look at how we could incorporate more solar energy into any number of our schools. So I think we'll have some additional information forthcoming in the near future.
All right. All right, thank you both.
Yep, thank you.
Bless you.
Bless you. Next, Mr. Schwartz. And Mr. Lee as well. And Dr. Jones.
Yes. Do we have a PowerPoint? We do, yes. We have various policies to bring to the board. The first policy is the eligibility policy, which is coming back as a report item this month. The other policies I'll get to afterwards are information item. Mr. Jones has a PowerPoint that we're going to go through for the eligibility policy. Yes.
All right, good afternoon once again, everyone. All right, so the PowerPoint, the eligibility PowerPoint that you have is not very different than the one we shared last month. There were a few questions that did come up last month and some information that was asked for, and so we did go back and incorporate it into this PowerPoint, and so I will quickly go through and solicit the assistance from Mr. Lee here as needed. And so again, just the brief rundown, the current policy, just in a bulleted format there, is what it is now. Is listed here. The student promoted from the 8th to 9th grade will automatically meet the eligibility requirements. for the first quarter. Beginning second quarter, students must have earned the 2.25 GPA from the first quarter with no failing grades. And then eligibility from thereafter, students must meet that per their report card. And the attendance is 4.5, I missed that one, 4.5 days permitted, up to 4.5 days permitted, and then after that, the students become ineligible. And so we did share this colorful chart at the last time we met, just to denote the ranking, if you will, of the most difficult requirements to meet to the least difficult requirements to meet among all the counties in the state. And so Charles County is at the top of that list, listed in orange. And again, discussion that we did have last month. And so here's where you'll see these charts are kind of broken out. I'll just click through really quickly just so you can see. So the last month, I think we had all of this on one chart, and it was not as clearly delineated, so we spelled some things out a little bit, and so we just sort of go through them. So this first chart here shows the, what we titled it here is eligibility status over time, and this is for all students, and so the school years are listed down the left, 2017 being the first one, and at the very bottom, 2021-22 being the current year. And so if you begin to move to the right from there, and I'm just looking at the very bottom row, the percentage of students who were ineligible at the end of first quarter this year was about 33.8%, as you can see. And of course, on the flip side, the number of students who were eligible was about 66.2 at the end of first quarter this year. And so we broke it out to just sort of take a comparison look at what it would be based on the proposed policy changes that we talked about last month. And so, again, looking at the very bottom row, this school year, the difference in number of students who would become eligible if you just looked at the students who had reached a 2.0. Just a 2.0 as opposed to the 2.25, it would have been an increase of about 144 students. That percentage is moves to about 67.8. If you look at the difference in attendance, so shifting from our current attendance policy of allowing up to 4.5 unexcused absences to not counting attendance at all, we increase about 348 students. As far as students being eligible, and that percentage moves to 70.1. And then current policy with no Fs, if you look at the difference between those with no failing grades to allowing one failing grade, the numbers of students increase about 941 students, and that percentage shifts to about 76.6. And looking at all of them, combining them all together, we're looking at about an increase of 1,247 students, as you can see. And this is for this year. And then shifts from the eligible students in the beginning of the year at 66.2 to, if we had used a proposed changed policy, to about 79.9, just about 80%, looking at all students. So there was some questions and concerns, I think, regarding students in special education and our students who are free and reduced meal students, our farm students, and so we did break that out a little bit here. And again, I won't go through the entire chart, but if you look across the bottom row again, for our special education group of students, we started out at the beginning of this school year with about 46.6 of those students being eligible. And as we move across, again, looking at the difference in GPA, it would have moved up to about 49%. The difference in the attendance, it would have moved up to 52.7%. And if we allowed the one failing grade, it would have moved from the 46.6 to about 60%. And then eligible overall, combining all of that, pardon me, you're looking at from about 46.6 to 64.6, the combined new eligible if you looked at the proposed adjustments. And then for the farms group, sort of similar trend, 52.7 after first quarter, current, moved up just a little as far as GPA to 53.9. Looking at the attendance, 58.1. You see it climbing just a little, and then with eligible based on one failing grade, an increase of 376 students, but the percentage is 64.4. And then overall there, an increase of about 472 students, pushing the percentage to about 69, about 70% there. So we did want to share that. I think that was the nature of some of the questions that came up. The review of the suggested changes again on this particular slide. Students promoted from 8th to 9th grade automatically meet the eligibility requirements for first semester. Thanks. And then beginning third quarter, students will have must have earned the 2.0 GPA from the second quarter with no more than one failing grade. And then the notable facts there, again, we won't go through all those again. We did chat about those a little bit last month. And the attendance, again, the proposed change here would be to eliminate the attendance requirement altogether. No other system has an attendance component. A couple of notes that we did mention last time that we have to be careful of. I think we think about eligibility, and the primary thought is sports and athletics. And we have to keep in mind that there are so many other clubs and activities that are impacted by eligibility or have eligibility requirements. And so it is certainly worth mentioning, and that's what that second statement is all about. It applies to our students who either compete, perform, or represent Charles County Public Schools with regard to the different activities and sports and all that they may be involved in. And so here is a list of those activities that our students compete, perform, or represent. And this is a list of those that we collected at the time, that we knew about at the time. And this goes back to when we were working on this some years ago now. And so it has grown, and we certainly had stated that in there, that we're not limited to this list. There are a number of other clubs and activities that are in our schools, but this is a list of some of the things that go well beyond sports and athletics. And so we think that is truly important because those numbers that we showed are not just numbers of students who aren't able to play, a particular sport, but students who are not able to participate in, band or math counts, or it's academic or whatever it may be. And so unless, of course, those clubs are required as a part of the students' instructional program, if they are required to perform in a particular event as a part of their grade for their music class or whatever it might be, the theater arts class, then they're not subject to the requirements, the eligibility requirements, if it's a part of their class.
CTE.
So
CTE programs.
Sure. So yes. Yeah. Absolutely. CTE programs is a big, good example, I guess, of things that students participate in that come by way of a requirement of the class. One of the other pieces of data that you don't see listed here that we sort of talked about, and we had heard about different examples and all, and so we did just sort of take a look to confirm the number of times we may have heard some of the stories where there were students who had high GPAs or what have you, and were not eligible because they had one failing grade. And so we did take a look at that, and again, I don't have that one. I think you might have that one, a hard copy of it, yes. And we certainly can have it posted for the public to see, but we did take a look, and for this quarter, this school year during first quarter, we looked at the number of students who would not have been eligible if they had one failing grade, but they met a certain GPA. So students who had one failing grade but had a 2.0, there would have been 643 of those students who were ineligible. The students who had a 2.5 or higher but had one 2.25, I'm sorry, but had one failing grade, the number of those students who would have been ineligible is about 470 students. Students who had 2.5 or higher, there were 294 of those students who wouldn't have been eligible because of one failing grade. We had some students who had a 3.0 but had a failing grade, 89 students who had a failing grade, who had a 3.0, but they wouldn't have been eligible. There were 33 students who had a 3.25 GPA, but they had a failing grade, so they would not have been eligible. And there were 3 students who had a 3.5 or higher, and they would not have been eligible because they had one failing grade. And then there was one student who had a 3.8125, but had a failing grade, and so would not have been eligible. So not that we are looking to highlight that, but it was, you know, it does represent some of the stories that we've heard and some of those families that we've heard from appealing in some instances. And so we just thought that it would make sense for us to take a look and see what that data looks like too. We hear about it, we talk to families about it, but we did do just a little bit of digging just to see how many students we were talking about would have been ineligible with the failing grade, but had met a certain GPA. Just another piece of data. That's all that was not included at the time that we completed the PowerPoint. But we did want to be sure that we provided at least all of the information so that you could certainly contemplate it and make whatever decision that you are feeling comfortable with. And we wanted to be sure we answered the questions that have been posed.
I just have one additional piece. Can we give an update also? There was a request from the board to ask what other school districts are doing. And I know that we reached out to a few, and a few got back to us. Can we just give a quick update on?
Reached out to all of them, but
Who got
you
back to us, and
yes.
what did they say?
Absolutely. Mr. Lee.
I reached out to my colleagues throughout the state the day after our work session. And as of about noon this morning, today, I've gotten 4 other counties have responded. We are approximately 15% below eligible students of the 4 that have responded to us. One of the counties is much bigger than us. One is one of our neighboring counties, and 2 are smaller counties that have.
Mr. Lee, can we go back and just, for clarification for the viewing, for the 5 students viewing us at home or online, can we make sure we go back and just clarify what was the question that we followed from the last board meeting around this?
I asked my colleagues if they could provide the information, and some of them said they had to get permissions, and they hadn't received permissions yet. But I asked them, first question, the percent of total eligible high school students in their county, the percent of eligible special ed students in their county, and percent of eligible farm students in their county.
And again, that was, we asked that because we wanted to see how we compared with our total amount of
Yes.
eligible students. And if I heard you correctly, you said that we were about approximately 15% lower, and that's just based on only 4 responses so far.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Abel.
Yes, since that was my question, can you tell me what the 4 counties were so I can compare based on your chart of what their requirements are?
Arundel County, total percent of total students eligible, 81.47. Special education students, 68.36, and farms, 67.88. Dorchester, 79% total students, 68.51 of special education, and 79% of farm students. Garrett, 87.4 for total student body. Special education, 74.2. Farms, 68.3. St. Mary's, 81% of total students, 63% special education, and farms, 67%.
Mr. Lee, so all, just to confirm, because I couldn't write the numbers fast enough, and apologies that we don't have that handed out, but Dorchester was also above 80% for all students?
79.
Okay. So all 4 districts for all students were at a minimum of 79, ranging from 79 to 87%
Yes.
from the 4 that you've got? Okay.
Yes.
And then if I may also clarify, I remember the, I think it was actually Ms. Abel that asked about the time frame for what was amended when. Can we just go back and answer that question that the board
That was
asked?
the next thing I was going to share. So back in 2014 is when the board made some major adjustments to the policy from the 2.0 to the 2.25 at that point with the GPA. There was an attendance requirement in prior to 2014 that goes back to, as far as what we could tell, about what did we say, 1998, I think. About as far as we could go back, there had been the attendance piece, and I believe that but 2014 is when we made the change. In 2018, what we did was I assume we were looking at the numbers of incoming students from 8th to 9th grade, and so at that point, prior to that point, we had students coming from 8th to 9th that they had to have been eligible in the 4th quarter of 8th grade in order to be eligible going into high school. And so we did remove that part of the policy at that point in 2018. That's the adjustment that we made in order to allow all incoming 9th graders an opportunity to be eligible right away, up through the 1st quarter, and then after that, the requirements all kicked in. So that was the adjustment, and you're right, in the policy, it just shows you revision dates. It doesn't necessarily show when it was initially.
So what about the failing grade? That has always been in there as well, correct? Since 1998?
No, before they were allowed 1, until this policy went into effect in 2014. They allowed 1. Another adjustment that the board made several years ago was allow parent notes towards the absences. Before that, parents' notes were not allowed, did not count towards eligibility.
And that was the same year.
Same year.
2018.
That's when we made the adjustments for the unexcused versus excused absences.
Yes, so parents could send up to 5 just regular handwritten parent notes, and we would accept those as excused.
Thank you.
Before that,
regarding eligibility.
Before that, we would only take
doctor's notes.
Doctor's notes,
All right.
and a lot of people weren't going to take their child to a doctor every time.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Hurd?
One thing I just wanted to point out that's concerning to me looking at this data, and you know, with my chicken scratch over here, with the numbers that we heard just now. So if we implemented a policy where the eligibility requirement was a 2.0 GPA, and you would remain eligible with 1 F, and I'm trying to scroll here, so that matches, from the school districts we heard from Mr. Lee, that matches Anne Arundel's policy. I think it's just Anne Arundel's policy. But we heard that Anne Arundel's number was 81.47%.
Of total students.
Of total students who are eligible in their district with that policy. As we stand, if we made our change to match them, we would still only have 64% of our student body eligible. So for me, what that's saying is there is a disparity, and it's not just our policy. Because if we match Anne Arundel County, they still have more students participating. And so
Let me interrupt you just one second, because that last number didn't agree with what I'm looking at. Because right now, our current policy, we have 66% of students eligible. So I think I see what you were trying to do.
you know what? I've been looking at special education. That's the issue.
Okay. There we go. All good. All good.
Okay.
Yeah, it would go up to 79.9%.
Okay.
That would be the.
Okay. So then, in that instance, I'm relieved. This disparity does not exist.
Me too.
And correction there, Anne Arundel still does not allow one failing grade. So that would not be included.
And Arundel doesn't allow more than one.
More than one.
Right.
Which
They allow one.
They allow one.
They allow one.
Yeah.
But you're saying that we should allow
One.
one, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, no, all good. Any other questions, Mr. Hancock?
Thank you, Chairman Lucas, and thank you for the presentation again. No questions. I just kind of, we got this during the work session, and I expressed my concerns over moving in this direction. I personally, I can understand the fact that you can have a really good GPA and have a failing grade. I remember being in high school, and I always had good grades, always made the honor roll, but there's always one class that I really struggled in. And I would imagine that happens a lot, especially in the more advanced classes. The more likely that's probably going to happen, to be honest with you. That's one thing I personally could get along with. The biggest thing for me is eliminating the absences, though. That's just concerning to me personally. I feel like the first thing and the easiest thing anyone can do is show up, and that's just you can have excused absences. It's eliminating the unexcused absences is the one thing that really concerns me. And I know we're not voting on this tonight or anything, but just expressing my concerns. Thank you.
Any other comments? Oh, Ms. Brown, yeah.
I understand what Mr. Hancock is saying, having been a pupil personnel worker and having to chase kids down for attendance. But I see this more as a motivator for kids, that if we can get them in there and they get, attached to school and involved in some type of an activity, that the attendance is going to improve because they're going to want to be in school with their peers. Hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? The only comment I would have, I have one question. So on the very first one, chart there, eligibility of all students. So it looks like some of these students have more than one of these factors that are limiting them.
That's correct.
Correct.
And I guess we don't need to break that down. But I mean, it's because if you add up all the three numbers that would be eligible, it doesn't quite add up to that total number. But I get that. Just wanted to point that out. The other thing is, for my fellow board members, if you want to look at some more information, in the March 2018 meeting, there was a presentation given to the board, and it did kind of the same thing. So that would be, if you want to look at a pre-COVID look, that it gives you the same information about the percentage of kids that would not be eligible for these same things. So it's just another piece of data to look at as we move forward, if we potentially make any changes to the policy. Again, that was March of 2018. I mean, you can just go right on board docs, it's there. Any other questions? So what?
I just wanted to add one more thing to this conversation. So the only thing I would add as we put this PowerPoint presentation is that I think the board has to, every board has to draw a line that they feel comfortable in the sand for. Because I think in life, there are some things that you have to meet to be able to access other things. And I think the interesting balance here, as I think about, is how do we balance the importance of giving students access to a whole bunch of programs that may also have impact in their prospects for what happens after graduation. Because some of these programs, if you can't access them, but some of your peers may be able to access them and they have them in their resumes as they move forward, it's an interesting discussion. The other thing I want to assure the board is that any changes to the policy, we as a school district still have a lot of work to do to make sure that students are being successful and are able to meet whatever standard the board sets for eligibility. And so I think the other piece that when I look at these charts, I know that we're discussing the policy and what metrics and at which levels, but I want to be clear to staff that I look at these and still see a lot of work that we need to do academically and engagement-wise that goes beyond the work of this policy to make sure that more of our students meet whatever bar is set at any point in time by the school board for students to be able to access more things. So I just want to make sure that the board is clear that there is a dual accountability here as I look at this data of the work that we still need to do to make sure that more students are able to meet whatever bar is set for them.
Well, thank you very much. And I think it's worth, again, pointing out that, you know, all ninth graders, all incoming freshmen are eligible. Okay, so that, I think that was bit of a misperception in some folks in the public, at least those that contacted me, and that's a change that the board made. So everyone, you know, starts off on an even footing. The other question is when is the suspense date for this? When do you need a decision, if any, from the board, Dr. Navarro?
So this is a report item at this meeting, so at the following meeting will be an action item. We'd like this to be adopted on the earlier side so we can make sure that we implement it for the fall.
So, okay.
So it'll be
But there's
next
not a
board meeting.
specific date this year, but it's just this.
June board meeting.
Yeah.
It would be either the June board meeting or the May
Or
work
the
session.
work
We're gonna-
session, right. That's what I was getting at, if we need to do it at the work session. Okay.
I'm sure Mr. Roberts would like to have it before report cards come out, because report cards state eligible or ineligible.
Yeah, and that's a big deal. That we got, last time, we got a lot of feedback on that when there was a change the last time, so. Okay.
I'm just going to make one more comment.
Yeah.
Well, I was contemplating whether or not to, but I'm going to go back to the equity lens. And I think we need to think long and hard about this decision and really look at number one and answer this question with your conscience, a clear conscience. Who are the underrepresented groups affected by this policy, program, practice, decision, or action? And what are the potential impacts on these groups? And I think Dr. Navarro just, added another piece about, are we giving our students a fair advantage? Are they being denied access to some programs or activities that they could benefit from later on in college or later on in life? And I just want to make sure that when we make this decision, we look at it through an equity lens.
Yeah. Oh, well said, and I think the point that you brought up in your presentation about being a lot more than just sports, all those other activities, because we didn't really touch on that the last time we discussed this. It was all focused on sports, but there's, I think there's arguably more people overall that participate in the extracurricular activities than in sports, so.
Your board liaisons have to be eligible.
Yeah. There we go. Okay. Yes.
So I can deliver a few thoughts I've had. I think it is important to have a high standard, and when you look at it, a 2.0 GPA, we're still going to have the highest standard in the state. And then another thing with attendance, I know that's a concern that's been shared, but really, that's something that kind of enforces itself. If you don't show up to school, you don't get to participate in whatever activity you're signed up for. And one thing that sticks out to me is every day I would pass the attendance secretary's office, and the sign says, "Attendance boosts academic performance." And that's true. Your GPA is going to be higher if you show up to school. So you'll be able to meet this standard if you're showing up. But if you have more than 5 absences, you're missing classes, your GPA won't be high enough anyhow. So I do hope that they think that all board members give fair consideration to this and think, critically about how it's going to give more students a chance to participate and succeed. And there's a clear case, not only in our hypothetical data, but in the counties across the state of Maryland that Mr. Lee pointed out.
Thank you. Mr. Hancock.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. And I just would like to ask staff if this moves forward next month, we are hypothetically saying that attendance is going to improve, GPAs are going to improve. I hope we can track that so that we can come back and look at some data if this does move forward, that if we do adjust the eligibility standards, that if we can track the number of students that previously wouldn't have been eligible but then became eligible, and see if a difference was made. Did the attendance issues go up or go down? Did they miss less days of school? Did their GPA go up? If that's that we can monitor that some kind of way, and that's if this moves forward. I would like to see that. Thank you. Thank you.
Just another question came to my mind when Mr. Hancock said that. So you just showed the number of students. That's the whole student population. Correct. And of course, we really don't have any way of knowing how many kids are truly not able to participate because of one of those things. So in other words, they went out for a team or wanted to be in a club and they were told no. Do we have that information? I mean, obviously we don't, only for those kids that ask, but if a kid knows they're not going to be eligible, then they're not going to necessarily ask. But I suspect we don't have that information.
Well, we won't clear a kid for athletics if they're not eligible. They won't even make it to the practice field.
Right. So I mean, there's no way to know how many kids were quote unquote, not given that chance.
I think you're asking how many of the ineligible actually want to participate.
Yeah, that would be, we wouldn't have any way of knowing.
Yeah.
Knowing
And
that.
I mean, think there's, I mean, really we could make every change, right? And those numbers, the numbers that we see that were presented originally may not change either because.
Right.
We could do a survey.
And again, you're looking at everybody, because again, it's not just sports and athletics, you're looking at all of those other activities and clubs.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, this is good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Stay.
Yes, I have several other policies we're bringing forward as an information item this month. We'll bring forward again as a report item next month and an action item the following meeting, or an information item this month, a report item at the work session in May, and then action at the June meeting, with one exception I'll talk about in a moment. I'll go through them one by one. Most of the changes are very minor. Policy 1314 simply just changes who gets to approve the advertising on school grounds. Currently, it's the deputy superintendent. As of July 1st, we're no longer going to have a position called deputy superintendent, so we're going to allow the superintendent or designee make those determinations moving forward. And that's the proposal from the superintendent.
Do you want questions as you hit the policy or at the end?
Either way.
How about as he does them? That's probably easier.
Policy 3430, again, changes the title of the position of Assistant Superintendent of Fiscal Services, who will now be the Chief Financial Officer. And that's the only change, other than the beginning where it refers to the superintendent or his designee. Now obviously the superintendent or the superintendent's designee. No other changes on policy 3430. Policy 5127 is an all-new policy. This policy is required by state law and MSDE. MSDE is requiring all boards of education to adopt a policy allowing registered sex offenders to receive an education even though legally they're not allowed to come onto school grounds. And the policy and the law that passed last session and the policy that MSDE is requiring sets forward the provisions for school systems to educate students who are on the registered sex offender list. The policy is this stated here, stating the purpose and the definitions, and then turning to the superintendent and having the superintendent's rules explain exactly how the education for these students will occur. Policy 6412.4 deals with parent requests for alternative materials. Again, changing the title of Assistant Superintendent for Instruction, which will no longer be a title, to Chief of Teaching and Learning. And that's the change in the second paragraph. The change in the first paragraph clarifies the intent of the policy, which says that if a parent objects to materials in a school and that objection is upheld, if we agree with the objection, we will then provide possibly alternative instructional materials and will not require that material to be required for the grading purposes.
Okay, Ms. Sable?
So previously, a parent could object to material. It didn't say objection is upheld.
Correct.
What is the process for that objection? Who gets to decide if it's legitimate or not? I see this opening up a whole can of worms, and quite frankly, the public is going to be here in a heartbeat at public forum as soon as they find out this is being discussed.
There currently is a practice for reviewing objections to curriculum materials. That objection is initially reviewed by the teacher and then the principal at the school, and then turned over to the Department of Office of Instruction upstairs, who will look at the materials to see if the objection is, it can be upheld. The problem is parents do not have the right to object to all curriculum materials or certain materials that are required by the state, and that we as a school system deem necessary to pass certain courses. But if they have an objection that is a reasonable objection that we agree with, we understand the objection, we will then provide alternative assignments to that student.
So my concern is who decides if a parent's objection is reasonable?
So initially that objection can go to the teacher can then consult with the principal, and then the school principal can then consult with Office of Instruction to determine if that material is necessary for the course. Teachers can easily provide alternatives to materials that they deem possible to provide an alternative, but there are certain materials that are part of the state curriculum that we can't override. We can't ignore that requirement. And those typically involve the health curriculum.
I don't think I could support this policy as it's stated. Thank you.
So I have a question, and to Ms. Sable's question. So one, let me ask the first question. What prompted this change?
What prompted the change was the title change in the second paragraph. But when you look at the first paragraph, when you review it, it simply says that if a parent objects to materials, they automatically get an alternative materials, and it can't be used for grading purposes. And that's not the purpose of the objections to curriculum. We in the school system require certain items to be taught in schools. The state requires certain things to be taught in schools that we can't simply say, if a parent doesn't want that to be taught, we're just going to simply allow it to be ignored. We can't do that. And if you look at the first paragraph, that's what the intent of that paragraph was, but it didn't say it correctly. And so correcting that, the alternative assignment is only if the objection is upheld, not just simply if a parent objects. We've received objections over the years to a lot of things in the curriculum that we don't allow the parent to simply waive, and we can't because the state requires those things to be taught in our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Next policy is 60, I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Hancock, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chairman Lucas. And I think you had touched on this with the question that Mr. Lucas asked, but I just want to be clear. So prior to adding if an objection is upheld, are we actually changing anything, or are you just putting wording in to fix what was already there?
The second.
Okay.
I don't think we're changing practice. The concern was that if a parent objects, alternative assignment may be offered, which is true if possible. But the second part, the second sentence of that provision said, reading, viewing the material in question, and participating in the questioned activity must not be a requirement for passing a course of study. And that's not true. So we're going back to correct that to say what the intent of this was initially. If an objection is upheld, then it won't be required for passing the course.
Okay. And yeah, I understand it. We just have to be really careful with this one, I think. So.
Agreed.
Thank you.
The next policy is 6425, again changing the title of Assistant Superintendent of Instruction to Chief of Teaching and Learning. The next paragraph, 6462, removes the reference to Assistant Superintendent of School Administration, which again is not going to be a position that we have moving forward. So the Department of Research and Assessment would be able to make determinations about research requests in our schools. The next paragraph, 9350, on the second page, there are two changes. I'll talk about the second change first and then come back to the first change. The second change is language that was in board policy for years. When the policy was last revised, when items were shifted around, this provision was removed. This is actually a provision that we followed for many years, that the decisions made by the superintendent shall be upheld by the board unless the decision was arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal. So we're putting that in policy clearly, even though that, again, matches what this board has been doing for many years anyway. The first provision is new. We've had appeals that have come into the board office that were well beyond the deadline for appeals. Right now, there's no provision that we have to simply say we're not going to accept that appeal. So what we'd like to propose is that the board chairperson, when they received an appeal that's either untimely, unripe, or moot, or the appealing party lacks standing, those things that disqualify the appeal from moving forward on a procedural ground, that the chairperson on behalf of the board will then turn back to the appealing party to ask for an explanation as to why the appeal should move forward on procedural grounds. After that party responds, if they respond, then the board chairperson can allow the appeal to go forward or can bring the case to the full board for consideration should this case proceed on procedural grounds. This matches what the State Board of Education does and other boards have done as well. Just to clarify, when an appeal comes in that's obviously not procedurally correct, that this can be dealt with on simpler grounds rather than bringing the case to the board on procedural grounds initially. The last policy with changes is policy 8160. It's the ethics policy. State law passed last session, not this past session, but the year before, to update the ethics law. And the bill requires all public bodies, including boards of education, to update their ethics policies to match state law. The State Ethics Commission took the law and then sent out a model policy for boards of education to consider. Excuse me. We took the language out of that model policy that the State Ethics Commission put forward and made those changes to our ethics policy as a proposal to our board to consider. The only things that we added are at the very end on the third last page. There's a list of employees who are required to file financial disclosure statements every year. That list of employees has been updated to match current titles, and also to add other individuals in our system who the superintendent and staff believe are appropriate to file those ethics disclosures. Just to make it clear to all employees, though, even though they may not be required to file a financial disclosure, they are held to the ethics policy. The changes that are being proposed, again, other than that list of employees, matches the State Ethics Commission's recommendation to boards of education. As practice and by state law, whatever ethics policy we do adopt and any changes we make have to then be approved by the State Ethics Commission. So this is the one policy that will come forward now as an information item and then come back as a report item. But prior to adoption, we have to check with the State Ethics Commission as to whether they are okay with the changes we've made, which they will be because it's their changes, but we have to still go through that practice to make sure they're okay with the changes we've made. So that might delay the final adoption of this policy. But the other policies I brought forward in this information item will come back as a report item at the next board meeting, and then as an action item at the following board meeting.
Any questions on any of those? Okay. No, Ms. Abel.
On, I believe it was 94, what's the number again? 9350.
Correct.
It's essentially tying the hands of the board so that we always have to uphold the superintendent's recommendation unless it's one of those three things.
Sort of.
That's what it says.
Well, actually, I'm going to correct one thing. It's when the decision is made by the superintendent or staff, not when recommendations are made. So when the superintendent makes a recommendation, the board can then take that recommendation and do what the board thinks is necessary. But when decisions are made by the superintendent has to have confidence, and the staff have to have confidence that that's the correct decision that will be upheld by the board unless that decision is arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal, which again matches what we've been doing for a long, long time since I can remember with our decisions. So it's appeals that come to the board where there's a decision of the superintendent that's being appealed, as opposed to a recommendation from the superintendent that comes to the board on other matters, or a recommendation that comes to the board, for example, for certificated employees' suspension or termination. That's only a recommendation. That's not a decision. So decisions are final. The superintendent makes the decision, or her staff does on her behalf. That's the decision that stands. And the board only overturns that decision on a review if it's arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal as defined by the State Board of Education. And again, that matches what this board has been doing for many years.
I can say in my 18 years here that there has been appeals that have been overturned that was not under one of these three conditions.
And
so, but this policy is now binding us to uphold the superintendent's recommendation.
So,
I'm sorry, the superintendent's decision.
So recognize the board can, honestly, the board can do anything it wants in appeals. The board can decide for any reason to overturn a decision of the superintendent. What the superintendent is looking for in board policy is that she has the confidence that her decision is going to be upheld unless it's arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal. Otherwise, she will then just say, well, I'll just let the board make all decisions because there's no reason to make a decision. They're going to overturn it anyway or do what they want. So by having this standard in place, which again matches what the state board standard is, and what we've done again for many years, it gives the confidence to the superintendent and staff that we can make final decisions and they will stand as long as we have a justification for those decisions and they're not illegal or arbitrary or unreasonable.
Well, I still say it binds the board because now if the board goes and makes a decision not to uphold for some extenuating circumstance, we will be breaking our own policy.
Yes, but in practice, when you think about it, there's nothing that's going to come of that. In other words, the superintendent can't appeal your decision. The superintendent can't challenge your legal decision. So the board, again, has the authority, in a sense, to do whatever it wants. What we're trying to tell the board, what the board is trying to tell staff and the public is, don't look to the board to make every decision on a day-to-day basis in the school system. The superintendent is the one who's supposed to make those decisions. The superintendent's decision is the final decision, and it's only going to be overturned by the board, public, employees. It's only going to be overturned by the board if that decision is arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal, one of those three things, which is a high standard, but it should be because the superintendent needs confidence that her decisions are going to be upheld, and the public needs to have confidence that the superintendent's decision is the final word on matters, unless, again, it's arbitrary, unreasonable, or illegal.
Okay, and my second question is on the first part of that same policy. The board chairperson may notify an appealing party that the appeal will not be accepted, will the other board members be privy to that information?
We can certainly either add that expressly, or the chairperson can always make the board aware anytime an appeal comes in that it was rejected based on procedural grounds. But it's only going to be turned away after the party who's appealing has the ability to make their case why it shouldn't be overturned or rejected on procedural grounds. And we want to separate the procedural matters out from the merits of the case. So again, if an appeal comes in late, right now there's no way for staff to simply say, we're just going to reject the appeal. The whole appeal's got to come to the board. And then the board is going to hear the procedural case and the merits at the same time, and which gets kind of confusing. So if we separate that out, the procedural matter will be dealt with first. Is it an appeal that can be accepted? If so, then we'll look at the merits of the appeal. And this is one way to do it. There's other ways as well, but this is one way to do it quickly, so this chairperson can simply, through staff, notify the appealing party, your appeal, it's either unripe, in other words, it's not ready for the appeal to come forward yet, or it's moot, in other words, it's already been resolved. It's late, which is the most common thing, if they miss the deadline, or you don't have standing. You don't have the right to challenge. For example, a parent can't challenge an employee's termination or discipline. They can't say, I want this person fired. They can't appeal that. So if we put it back on the appealing party, make your case why this appeal can even go forward on procedural grounds first, we get that matter out of the way before it comes forward on the merits. And it won't be very common. It doesn't happen that often, but it has happened.
I would feel more comfortable with the wording that board members know about this. While I trust Mr. Lucas, he will not always be the chairperson here, and I think having one person doing this and the rest of the board not knowing about it is detrimental. So.
Sure, I think, Mr. I mean, we can
Sure, I
certainly
mean,
add
this
in
is just an information item, so we're
Sure.
going to discuss it more the next time, but I think that's, I mean, I would agree with Ms. Abel. There's no reason to not have that provision. Ms. McGraw?
Will it change the intent of the policy if we were to change the word in the last section, shall to may?
In which section?
That decisions made by the superintendent may be upheld instead of shall, because then that gives us some leeway.
It would change the meaning of it.
It would change
yeah, it would. It would dilute it quite a bit, actually.
Okay.
So again, this language, which I repeat, was in policy for years, and we've been following for years, and we continually follow, has always said shall, gives the confidence to the superintendent and staff that decision is going to be upheld unless it meets one of those three things. And again, it also makes the public aware that the board is not the way to go just to overturn things you're just not happy with. It's got to be for one of those three things. Otherwise, you'll be overrun with appeals on everything. They'll just be coming to the board constantly.
Okay, thank you for the explanation.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right. At this time, is there any unfinished business? None. Any new business? Any future agenda items? No. 3 for 3. Are there? Okay. Nothing? All right. So, Mr. Schwartz, if you could, please.
It is a motion for the board meeting executive session as permitted by the Maryland Open Meetings Act, section 3-305 and 3-103 of the general provisions article, to discuss personnel matters and administrative function matters, specifically concerning the superintendent's evaluation. So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Hancock, seconded by Ms. Abel. All those in favor? Okay, it's unanimous of everyone present. Thank you. All right, welcome back. Good afternoon, everyone. We are at the part of the meeting that we truly enjoy. We get to recognize some people who've shown a tremendous amount of dedication and proficiency in working for Charles County Public Schools. And we're going to start first with the resolution. Are you up first, Mr. Jones, or am I doing this?
No, you were doing the resolution.
Okay, awesome.
I didn't have an introduction of that person, so how do you want to do it?
Okay, of both people or?
Just the principal.
Okay. Well, we're going to start, fortunately enough, with the Washington Post Principal of the Year Award. And if you could then, Dr. Jones.
Well, good afternoon, Board Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. This afternoon, it is my pleasure to introduce Charles County Public Schools Principal of the Year and finalists for the Washington Post Principal of the Year, Mr. Lou D'Ambrosio. I see you brought your fan club. I see you got the whole crew here. Mr. D'Ambrosio is the current principal of Berry Elementary School. When considering the full scope of Mr. D'Ambrosio's career thus far, it is a wonder that we have not recognized him for this in this capacity before today. Him having been a, wait for it, special education teacher in the Emotional Adjustment Program, IEP facilitator, vice principal, of course, principal, published author, state and federal panelist speaker, member of Governor Hogan's Educational Board, official county and state citation recipient, Title II funding lobbyist, national conference presenter, Maryland's Association of Elementary School Principals president, past president and executive board member, and assistant football coach at Lackey and McDonough High Schools, all jobs second to his primary job of being husband and father. And to think when I met him some 15 years ago or so, he was weightlifting Volkswagens as a hobby. And I do mean the car, Volkswagens. And I thought that's all he could do, but boy, did I have a lot to learn. And Mr. D, as he is affectionately known by many of his supporters, has indeed lived up to the hype. From his days as a vice principal at our smallest elementary school, Mount Hope Nanjamoy, to principal of one of the largest elementary schools, Berry Elementary, Mr. D has earned this recognition outright and without doubt. And as previously mentioned, he represents Charles County Public Schools extremely well at the state and national levels. We couldn't be prouder and could not have selected a more deserving recipient of this award. And the Washington Post may have made a different selection last month, but either way, finalist or runner-up, Mr. D'Ambrosio is the hands-down winner in our eyes, and his star is still on the rise. Please join me once again in congratulating Mr. Lou D'Ambrosio as Charles County Public Schools Principal of the Year. In front of the millions of people watching. No nerves at all. Please feel free.
Students. Got a little smarter. I've been watching the kids when it's their turn to speak, so I didn't got my phone. I don't need to write anything down. First, I definitely want to thank the most important person to me, my wife, Becky. Without her sacrifice, I wouldn't be able to do half the things that I'm able to do as principal. My girls, Samantha and Abby, all the sacrifices and Dad getting home late, they never give me any trouble. As long as I read a bedtime story and spend some time, we're okay. So thank you, girls. My mother and father-in-law who moved to the area to help take care of the kids with us. My wife's job is just as demanding, if not more than mine. So Gus and Donna, thank you very much. The leadership of Charles County Public Schools, since I came here and was hired by our late friend Keith Heddle, who brought me into the county. I want to thank him. The Wazlowskis, Roy Yonich, the people who took the chance on me to get me here, Dr. Jones, the great words he said. I've been trying to grab onto his coattails since I walked through the door. Ginny, I want to thank you, one of the first principals as a vice principal that kind of took me under her wing. My principals I've had, Joe Warfield, Stephanie Wazlowski, Annie Blunt, Tony Milton Trainer, Sandra Taylor, all principals who've guided me to the position I'm in. Thank you all very much. The principals and role models and coaches I've had in my life, I want to thank them and all the teaching staff here at Berry Elementary, as well as all the schools that the principals I mentioned before. Board of Ed, I want to thank you for your service and the things you do for our county, because not only am I a principal and educator here, but I'm also, as I said, a parent. It's very important, the decisions you guys make every month for my children as well. Mr. Lowndes, Dr. Navarro, who are newer to the county, but our bosses, I want to thank you for all the things you guys have done in the short time you've been here. I already feel the winds of change heading in the right direction, and I appreciate that, again, for the same reasons as I said before with my own children. The students and staff at Berry Elementary, they're awesome. I was petrified when I found out I was leaving Middleton Elementary to go to the largest elementary school at the time, previous to the prior to the redistricting, and we had 1,057 students, and we were teaching math interventions in a closet at one point before that. But everybody there, the 7 fifth grade and 7 fourth grade teachers we had, and the 6th, 3rd, 2nd, 1st down teachers we had, there was a lot of people there, and I'm very happy and proud to report that no one was ever injured or hurt with that many people there. With safety is always our first priority. So I want to thank the staff for that, and the current staff and students. I wouldn't be able to do any of the things I do without that support in the community of Berry and the companies that have worked with us. I want to thank them. And of course, I want to go way far back and thank my alma mater, Mercyhurst University, because if they haven't prepared me for the things that I took on in the emotional adjustment class, I don't think I'd ever would have followed through with the steps that got me to here today. So I want to thank again everybody, and I'm completely honored and super surprised. I thought the message was different when Dr. Navarro was going to be meeting with me the Thursday right before spring break. I got a little nervous, but I found that it by no means was her scheduling fault. It's the Washington Post that they do their recognition. It just didn't coincide with our spring break. So I want to thank everybody I'm completely honored, and thank everybody for all the support I've had over the years, and plan on finishing my career here in Charles County when I'm ready, and it's going to be no time soon. So thank you all very much. Thank you.
Tablet when I read stuff now, but we have some more nice things to say about you, and as you alluded, former principal Ginny McGraw.
So if I may preface this, I've had the privilege of knowing Mr. D at the outset of his administrative career, and I couldn't be more proud of you, and it's an honor for me that you asked me to read this resolution for you. This is for someone I so much admire and was very proud to call a colleague. So, resolution of the Board of Education of Charles County, May the 10th, 2022, the Washington Post Principal of the Year Award, Louis M. D'Ambrosio. Whereas Mr. D'Ambrosio was selected as the recipient of the Washington Post Principal of the Year Award for Charles County, and whereas in selecting Mr. D'Ambrosio for this honor, the Washington Post cited him for demonstrating excellence as a principal. And whereas Mr. D'Ambrosio has established a record as a principal in Charles County and has served as an excellent motivator and leader of students and staff, and through his efforts as a principal, has established programs of excellence at Berry Elementary School. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County congratulates Mr. D'Ambrosio, recognizes his achievements as a principal with the public school system, and expresses appreciation for his dedicated service to Charles County students. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education by order of the Board of Education of Charles County this 10th day of May, 2022. Signed, Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, and Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
All right, so next, that was the Principal of the Year. Now we have the Washington Post Maryland Teacher of the Year. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chairperson Lucas, Superintendent Dr. Navarro, board members, executive staff, colleagues, friends, and family. My name is Shirlene Ogburn from the Office of Human Resources, and we are also recognizing, as you've already shared, Dr. Annemarie Simpson, mathematics teacher at Maurice J. McDonough High School, Washington Post Teacher of the Year finalist, and she'll be presented by her principal, Mr. Darnell Lewis Russell.
Good afternoon. It is such a privilege to be before you all again, recognizing another fantastic staff member at McDonough High School. Again, my name is Darnell Russell. I'm the proud principal of Maurice J. McDonough High School, and I am recognizing Dr. Annemarie Simpson as the Washington Post Teacher of the Year finalist. Dr. Simpson has been a CCPS employee at McDonough High School for over 20 years. In fact, we said it was 21 just a minute ago. She is our current math department chair, teaching Algebra 2, Pre-Calculus, AP Calculus, and AP Statistics, 2 of which she was asked to teach at the request of the administration in the best interest of students. Her willingness to help and go above and beyond to do what is best for children speaks to her character and her motivation. In a nominations letter, Laura Bazell, content specialist for mathematics, wrote that Dr. Simpson is willing to take on extra responsibilities for the best interest of children, and Dr. Simpson is a huge part of the mathematics community at the state level, being involved in helping to organize thoughts around new curriculum, especially in the area of AP statistics. In addition to being a fantastic math teacher, Dr. Simpson is the sponsor of the math team, a swim head coach, and a regular volunteer at our athletic events. In fact, she had a little stint as an AD for a couple of days as well. Dr. Simpson is our go-to individual at the school because of her hard work ethic and her demeanor and commitment to excellence. In another nominations letter, a student wrote, and this student is actually in college now, that high school was an extremely tumultuous transition for them. When they joined the math team, all of the negative energy that they had before melted away. And to this day, they have never felt more like a family in a school club or organization. Reading and hearing all of these positive feedback about Dr. Simpson is truly special, and it reveres her as a trustworthy, collegial, and respected member of Ram Nation. For all of these reasons, Dr. Simpson is very deserving of a Washington Post Teacher of the Year recognition before you all today. Congratulations, Dr. Simpson.
one for public speaking, but I would like to thank the administrative staff at McDonough High School, especially Mr. Russell, for nominating me for this award. It is truly humbling. I can't believe I was chosen. The staff at McDonough has been with me these 21 years and have been there like throughout everything. They've always supported me, motivated me, mentored me over the years, and I cannot thank McDonough enough. I do this for the students. I love the kids. I love being able to share the love I have of math, which some people may think is weird, but I love being able to share that love with those kids, and hopefully I've taught them something. So I'd like to thank the board at McDonough High School and the entire McDonough family for this recognition.
Thank you. And now Ms. Brown has something that.
Resolution, Board of Education of Charles County, May 10th, 2022. The Washington Post Teacher of the Year Award, Annemarie Simpson. Whereas Dr. Annemarie Simpson was selected as the recipient of the Washington Post Teacher of the Year Award for Charles County, and whereas in selecting Dr. Simpson for the honor, the Washington Post cited her for demonstrating excellence in the teaching profession. And whereas Dr. Simpson has taught in the Charles County Public School System for 21 and a half years and has served as an excellent role model for her colleagues by her dedication to secondary education. Now, therefore be it resolved that the Board of Education of Charles County congratulates Dr. Simpson, recognizes her achievements and excellence, and expresses appreciation for her dedicated service to Charles County students and the community, and be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be inserted in the minutes of the Board of Education of Charles County. By order of the Board of Education of Charles County, this 10th day of May, 2021. Dr. Maria Navarro, Superintendent of Schools, Michael Lucas, Chairperson.
Dr. Jones, you're up again.
Good evening once again, Board Chairperson Lucas, board members, Dr. Navarro, and staff. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the moment that you've been waiting for. The real reason why we are here, why we do what we do. We have assembled this evening to recognize a small sampling of the greatness we have in the young people we serve. Tonight, I am pleased to present to you 5 students who have been identified by their school principals as exemplary student models in the following areas: academic achievement, personal responsibility, and career readiness. Students being recognized this evening are Jordan Lewis, 12th grader from St. Charles High School, Anna Chavez Villalta, 8th grader from Benjamin Stoddert Middle School, Mason Seitz, 5th grader from Dr. James Craik Elementary School, Sanaya Lee, 5th grader from Malcolm Elementary School, and Scarlett Castro Carrillo, fifth grader from J.C. Parks Elementary School. These outstanding students will be recognized in this order by their school principals. Please welcome our first principal to the microphone, Mr. Richard Conley, principal at St. Charles High School. Mr. Conley.
Good evening. My name is Richard Conley, and I am the principal at St. Charles High School. It's my pleasure tonight to present Jordan Lewis, a 12th grader at St. Charles, as our exemplary student for 2021-2022 in the area of academic achievement. Jordan is a dedicated learner. He entered 9th grade having already completed 1 high school credit that was earned while in middle school. His cumulative weighted GPA of 4.419 currently ranks him 7th in his graduating class of nearly 370 students. This year, he's enrolled in an impressive 4 AP courses and has maintained a straight A record in all of his classes. Overall, he's taken a total of 12 honors and 9 advanced placement courses during his 4 years of high school. His teachers describe him as, quote, dedicated and hardworking when it comes to his schoolwork, and share that he, quote, brings well-thought collaboration to problem solving and is exceptionally proactive in asking for clarification or assistance when needed. Jordan plans to attend Towson University and major in political science following graduation later this month. In addition to his classroom accolades, Jordan is involved in the life of our school and community. During his time at St. Charles, he's been an active participant in the school's chess club and National Honor Society, and has served as the captain of our We the People and its academic teams. Jordan has also participated as an athlete representing St. Charles on our baseball, track, and wrestling teams during his high school tenure. Finally, Jordan is active outside of school and in the local community as a Boy Scout and earned his Eagle Scout Award in January of 2020. It's no wonder that when asked to describe Jordan, his teachers shared that he is, quote, an accomplished student, a leader among his teammates and peers, and a meaningful contributor in his community. Jordan has truly shown what it takes to be successful as a high school student and as a positively contributing member of society. In all of this, he has set a high standard for his peers. It's my pleasure to present him to you this evening for your recognition.
All of that, and he knows how to rock a gray suit. That's what I'm saying. All right, Jordan. It's all right. All right, please now welcome to the microphone the principal from Benjamin Stoddert Middle School, Ms. Erica Williams. Ms. Williams.
Good afternoon. My name is Erica Williams, and I am the proud principal of Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. Human rights advocate Malala Yousafzai once said, "One child, one teacher, one pen can change the world." Today, I have the pleasure of introducing you to Anna Chavez Villalta, a young lady who is destined to have a positive impact as a future leader and advocate for education. Anna is a talented 8th grade scholar who works hard to maintain academic excellence while staying active in the community. She has earned principal's honor roll throughout the past 3 years and continues to strive for excellence during the 4th quarter. She attributes her success to adjusting her work habits early in her middle school career so that she turned in her assignments on time and remained organized. These adjustments undoubtedly have led to her induction into the National Junior Honor Society, where she takes pride in supporting the academic success of her peers. Mr. Matthews, Anna's social studies teacher, shared that he continues to be impressed by how hard Anna works and how helpful and generous she is with other students. Anna often goes out of her way to help newly enrolled non-English speaking students with acclimating to their classes and the Stoddert school culture. Anna's positive energy and pleasant demeanor have become quite comforting to students, especially in her role as a trained peer mediator. In this role, she has helped 6th grade students resolve their conflicts through a supportive and pragmatic approach. Anna is also active outside of school. She sings in her church choir and plays both the violin and piano. She also helps her mom with her younger brother, and, well, you know how younger brothers can be. This future leader is destined for great things as she transitions to high school and beyond. With all these accomplishments, Anna shared with me that she wants the Benjamin Stoddert community to not only remember her for her academic achievements, but for how much she enjoyed helping others each and every day. Anna, the positive impact you've had at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School is immeasurable. That is why it is my pleasure to honor you as a 2022 Outstanding Student. It has truly been a pleasure having you in our school community. Congratulations.
Ms. Williams, congratulations, Anna. All right, please now welcome to the microphone the principal from Dr. James Craik Elementary School, Ms. Michelle Beckwith. Ms. Beckwith.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Beckwith, the proud principal of Dr. James Craik Elementary School, and I'd like to introduce you to Mason Seitz. Mason is a 5th grade student at Dr. James Craik and is being recognized in the area of academic achievement. Mason has attended Dr. James Craik School since the 3rd grade and has earned Principal's Honor Roll the last 7 consecutive quarters. He is identified for gifted services, received the E-Gate Award, and was our Carson Scholarship nominee. Mason enjoys reading his favorite author, Corden Goman, and is currently finishing up the Mastermind series. He is a member of our school newspaper, plays the clarinet for the all-county band. When he's not in school, Mason is busy playing soccer multiple times a week and cheering on his little sister at practice. When he grows up, Mason wants to be a soccer player or an actor. He finds success on and off the field due to his hard work and focus. There is no acting required to recognize how proud we are of Mason's academic achievement. On behalf of Dr. James Craik Elementary School, we are delighted to recognize Mason for this Academic Achievement Award.
Mason wants to be an actor. Wait till you talk to her. Please now welcome to the microphone the principal from Malcolm Elementary School, Ms. Mary Finneran. Ms. Finneran, come on down.
Good evening. I'm Mary Finneran, the principal from Malcolm Elementary. Sanaya Lee is a 5th grade student at Malcolm Elementary School who is currently being recognized in the area of personal responsibility. She has attended Malcolm since kindergarten and is consistently an honor roll student. Sanaya is an avid reader, choosing a wide range of texts including scary stories, graphic novels, and the encyclopedia. Her favorite subject in school is math. Outside of school, Sanaya spends time building her skills in photo and video design. She takes her own photos, adds artistic edits, and creates a photo album of her work. Sanaya has also created multiple videos with her brother, planning the content and adding special effects. When Sanaya grows up, she would like to apply these skills to being a photo editor. She also looks forward to joining a track team. At home, she loves to help, spend time with her younger brother, and takes care of her dog, Jada. Miss Leedy, Sanaya's 4th and 5th grade teacher, has had the joy of working with Sanaya for the past year and a half and says that Sanaya is a wonderful example of a hardworking and responsible student. Throughout virtual learning, Sanaya adapted to the alternate learning environment, taking on all learning challenges. She is a positive role model for her peers, going above and beyond what is asked and takes responsibility for her own learning. She is especially enthusiastic in her writing, applies her creative skills to elaborate her stories. Sanaya is kind to others and always has a positive attitude and good sense of humor. For all these reasons, Sanaya Lee is more than worthy of this personal responsibility recognition.
I think I heard Ms. Finneran say she likes to read the encyclopedia. You really like to read. That's all right. That's all right. All right, please now welcome the principal from J.C. Parks Elementary School, Mr. Gregory Miller. Mr. Miller, come on down.
Good afternoon. I'm Greg Miller, principal at J.C. Parks Elementary, and we are honored to nominate Scarlett Castro Correa as our student to present before the board at the May recognition ceremony. Scarlett is an enthusiastic learner who enjoys school, shows initiative, and looks for new ways to get involved. She not only is kind and helpful to everyone in the classroom, but sets an example of excellence for all. Scarlett has a wonderful work ethic and has earned straight A's all school year. She has participated in the J.C. Parks math team for both her 4th and 5th grade years. Scarlett and a classmate set up a student-led team of morning announcers, and they make sure that they're there every day to deliver the school news and lunch menu. She is a member of the Safety Patrol Group. Both jobs are only for those who set high aspirations and demonstrate these aspirations each and every day, as Scarlett does. Scarlett is one of 4 siblings. She loves to read, write, draw, and be creative, although her favorite subject is math. Known for her wonderful smile and sense of humor, Scarlett's nickname at home is Chalet because her younger brother called her that when he was younger and couldn't pronounce her name. Scarlett aspires to be a doctor or a teacher. Scarlett's teacher, Mrs. Johnson, says, "I have no doubt in my mind that Scarlett will go on to do great things that will impact many. It is a true privilege to be her teacher and to be able to recommend her for this honor. On behalf of the J.C. Parks Mustang Nation family, I'm very proud to present the distinction to Scarlett Castro Correa."
Congratulations to all of our young people. A small sampling of the greatness we have. Mr. Lucas, I'm going to turn it over to you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. Boy, look at you. You guys are something else, huh? It never ceases to amaze me, the accomplishments that you, the students, have. When I think about it, it shouldn't come as a surprise because we have teachers and people in our school system that really care about you and want to help you succeed, and you've taken every advantage of that. So I commend all of you. You've done a very great job. Jordan, 4.4 GPA, huh?
Yes, sir.
That's pretty good. I didn't really approach that in high school myself, but I wrote down a couple of things, and I took this word for word. You're dedicated and hardworking. That is something that no matter what you do in life is going to benefit you well. I was very happy to hear you're going to stay in state and go to Towson. It's a fine school. You're involved in a lot of extracurricular activities, baseball and track. Did you run or do a field event?
I ran. I did the 300. For indoor, I did the 500, and then outside, I did the hurdles.
Very good, very good. And you're an Eagle Scout. That's awesome. I can't say enough about scouting. What did you do with your Eagle Scout project?
I revitalized the playground at Lifestream Church off of Route 5. It wasn't in great condition, so I took it upon myself and my troop and my community to to fix it up for our chartered organization.
They're your charter. That's excellent. Well, you are a very well-spoken young man, and no doubt you have earned everything and all the accolades that come your way. So good on you. Congratulations. Anna, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. Thank you for asking. So you've been on Principal's Honor Roll the whole time, and you're a not just a peer mediator, but a trained peer mediator.
Yes.
You really have to have some drive and ambition to want to sit through training to do something that you didn't, you don't have to do, but you just like to do it, right? Yeah. That's awesome that you want to help people, and you do a lot outside of school. Sing, violin. What was the last one? Piano? Was that it?
Yes.
I have no artistic ability at all, so I'm always impressed, especially when our young people can excel in that. So congratulations. Job well done. Mason, how are you, sir?
I'm good.
That's excellent. So, you're a soccer player, And you said you want to be an actor? Well, you know, a lot of the soccer players are actors. They like to fall down a lot. What position do you play? Because I love soccer.
Center mid.
Center mid. Do you have like a favorite soccer player?
Ronaldo and Messi.
Yeah, well, they're two pretty popular guys, so good on you. Well, what are the things you do when you're not playing soccer? What other things do you like to do?
I like to play Roblox and
Another popular thing, yeah.
play in my backyard.
Awesome. Oh, outside, boom, sold. Anything you do outside is great. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sanaya, how are you? Good, excellent. I always write this down when it said, you are a positive role model. Few accolades are better than that one. When people look to you as an example, you ought to be very proud of that. And I want to make sure I got this right. You actually like spending time with your younger brother? That's true, because a lot of older sisters, they don't want to hang around, but you like being with your younger brother. That's awesome. And you love to read. That's something that doesn't cost anything to do, and again, it's going to serve you well when you go through life. So congratulations in that. Scarlett, how are you?
Good.
Can you smile a little bit? No, I'm just kidding. You, I can see why they see. You're always smiling, and when your principal talked about you, sets an example for others. So that's something else that you ought to be really proud of. When people look at you and say, hey, I want to be like her, I want to be like him. And you do a lot of stuff at school. You're an announcer and a safety patrol, and you're going to be a doctor or a teacher. Those are two really good choices. You got a lot of time to figure that out. So you say that you announced what's for lunch?
Yeah.
So what's like the favorite lunch? What's the lunch everybody wants to have?
Probably pizza or chicken nuggets.
Some things never change. Yes, all right. Well, that's awesome. Well, congratulations to all of you. And everyone's spoken about your accomplishments, but now it's your turn to say a little bit. So we'll start here with Jordan and work our way down.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank Mr. Conley, our principal, and the entire St. Charles community, and specifically the St. Charles Social Studies Department, who have all been vital to my academic success and have been great mentors to me, specifically Ms. Ressler, who's here, and Mr. Colatrillo, Mr. Chisholm, all of my great teachers, Mr. Jenkins, and my baseball coaches who have instilled great teamwork and drive in me, Mr. Moses, Coach Thompson, and our head coach, Mr. Perry. They've all been absolutely vital in ensuring my academic success during my high school experience. I want to thank all of you for leading us through a pandemic and ensuring that we still got our education. And Ian, who's been my friend for a long time, who is definitely driven and will definitely do great things. So thank you.
Well, you're driven and going to do great things too. Thank you very much. Anna.
I would first like to thank my parents, also my friends who also support me along everything I do. I could have done this by myself. I would like to thank Miss Peavy, actually, that's right here. She actually trained me to be a peer mediator, so I would like to thank her for that. It's been hard away here, but I'm happy having amazing teachers, amazing staff, and amazing friends that can help me through everything. I can definitely not do it by myself because, we need support each other a lot. And thank you to you guys for sharing your time for me to recognize me here today, and thank you.
Thank you. Mason.
All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon. I would like to thank Ms. Beckwith and Mr. Dale for selecting me to receive this award. I would also like to thank my parents for their support. Lastly, I would also like to thank all of my teachers for their help over the years. I I would like to take a few minutes to tell you about my school. I started attending Craik Elementary in 3rd grade. I was able to make friends easily and always felt comfortable there. My teachers at Craik have been Miss Allabach for 3rd grade, Miss Shinazi for 4th grade, and Miss Hahn for 5th grade. My teachers at Craik have been great. My teachers also have a lot in common. They have always been encouraging, they've always been strict, but at the same time nice and fun, and they never let you take the easy way out of anything, ever. At Craik, I have a band teacher named Miss Motto. She's an amazing clarinet player. She played a Harry Potter song on the clarinet for my 4th grade class. It was impressive, and I decided I wanted to learn to play the clarinet. This year, she taught me to read and play music, which is a lot of fun. There are so many other teachers there who I haven't mentioned that have helped me make my time there a lot of fun. I feel really lucky to have been able to attend Dr. James Craik Elementary. Thank you.
Thank you. Sanaya.
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for spending time to listen, and I thank my parents, my principal, my teachers, and all my friends because they're like really supportive, and like if I'm like upset, they'd always try to make me feel better. So yeah, I just like to say thank you to them.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. Scarlett.
I want to say thank you to my parents and my teachers for always helping me and for always caring for me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I can't say it enough. All of you are just such fine examples of what happens when you take advantage of what the school system has to offer, and all of you obviously have very supportive families and friends. So just thank them as well. You really make us and everybody in the school system proud. Thank you very much. So now we've got a few things for you. We're going to take some pictures.
Okay.
Liz. Tina, sorry, Tina, she needs to do the picture again. Sorry, she didn't get the picture.
All right.
You did get 2 bags. Oh.
Give it to a friend.
Give it to a friend.
Are you sure one of the other kids?
Because it must have been stuck because when I counted the bags.
Yeah. They do. God, these are awesome, man. They're all.
Charlene.
Charlie?
She's coming up.
Okay.
All right.
All
Are
right.
we ready?
Now we're ready to recognize some great Charles County Public School employees.
Absolutely. So tonight we're going to be acknowledging 5 exemplary employees. Mr. Bruce Washington, Building Service Manager at St. Charles High School. Ms. Michelle Murray, a special education teacher at Benjamin Stoddert Middle School. Ms. Marissa Ellis, a 5th grade teacher at Dr. James Craik Elementary School. Ms. J. Trinae Bryant, a kindergarten teacher from Malcolm Elementary School. And Ms. Kimberly Klein, a special education teacher from J.C. Parks Elementary School. Our first recognized employee will be Mr. Bruce Washington, and he's going to be represented by his principal, Richard Conley.
Good evening again. It's my pleasure to be back before you to present Mr. Bruce Washington for your recognition as an exemplary employee. Mr. Washington has served Charles County Public Schools since 1989 or 90. I'm not quite sure which, but I know that I was definitely in elementary school at the time. And has been the building service manager at St. Charles since we opened in 2014. In this role, he does an exceptional job of providing leadership to his colleagues, serving as a role model for lifelong learning, and supporting the vision and mission of our school and our school system. As a leader, Mr. Washington maintains clear lines of communication with his team and administration. He provides insight into how to make the team more effective and is always willing to have a courageous conversation when needed. He collaborates closely with our assistant manager to ensure that the needs of our staff, students, and community are met by all building service workers across both the day and evening work shifts. He also serves as a mentor to others and spends extra time in the evenings mentoring assistant managers at other schools in order to help them prepare for a potential future role as a building service manager. One of the things that impressed me most when I first met Mr. Washington during his job interview was his commitment to lifelong learning. St. Charles was designed and built as a LEED certified school with green features such as geothermal heating and cooling, a green roof, and a rainwater harvesting system. During his interview for his current position, Mr. Washington impressed me when I heard that he had proactively taken professional development courses to help prepare him to operate some of these features within our facility. In this way, he's a role model not only to his colleagues, but also to our students, setting the example that hard work and dedication to learning early will pay dividends later. Lastly, Mr. Washington supports the vision and mission of our school and school system in all that he does. He tirelessly devotes his time to ensure that our building is accessible to the public as a space for civic and recreational learning activities. During the height of the COVID pandemic, Mr. Washington worked closely with his staff and administration to implement revised safety and cleaning protocols to ensure that the school remained a safe and clean space for teaching and learning to occur for staff and students. He does all this with a friendly demeanor, a kind greeting for everyone, a sense of humor and humility, and a passion for his Spartan community. It's my great pleasure to present Mr. Washington for your recognition this evening.
Next, Principal Erica Williams will recognize Michelle Murray.
Good evening again. Over the past 2.5 years, we've all seen how flexible and responsive educators can be, especially when the world is counting on them to lead the way in revitalizing a nation once shut down due to the pandemic. But what I hope we've also realized about educators is that they provide so much more than content lessons. All it takes is a few minutes in Michelle Murray's classroom, and you will be reminded of the magnitude of which educators impact the lives of their students. Ms. Murray creates pathways to success. She begins by identifying scholars' interests, understanding their strengths and areas of growth, and then develops a roadmap filled with appropriate supports and challenges. She talks with her scholars about their experiences and infuses their interests into classroom discussions. In turn, her students transition confidently from emerging mathematicians to skilled scholars. Over the past few years, her scholars have recognized that in Ms. Murray's class, the focus is not just on math skills, but on critical thinking and personal growth. As a special educator, she recognizes the importance of accessibility, constant encouragement, and progress monitoring. Ms. Murray's 6th grade scholars proudly hold themselves accountable during their academic journey. When asked what they enjoy about Ms. Murray's class, one of her young mathematicians answered, "I think she's great, and I like how she teaches because she breaks things down and helps me a lot. I used to have trouble in math, but now that Ms. Murray is my teacher, it's all good." Ms. Murray is also a phenomenal co-teacher. She collaborates with math teachers throughout the week to develop appropriate pacing, instructional materials, and modified assignments. I recently asked one of Ms. Murray's co-teachers to reflect upon her co-teaching experiences. Her co-teacher responded by saying that Ms. Murray is always willing to do whatever is needed to both general education students and those with an IEP. She also explained how Ms. Murray has the remarkable ability to work one-on-one with students who may be struggling with one math concept, and just by introducing an alternative strategy, is able to provide support leading to the student's success. And guess who has also stepped up to teach an additional class this school year? That's right, the phenomenal Miss Murray. At the start of the second semester, Miss Murray became the teacher of record for one of our 8th grade classes. Upon taking this assignment, she immediately reached out to all of the parents and began making data-driven decisions to make sure her 8th graders were on course to finish the school year strong. I am extremely grateful for Miss Murray and all of her hard work in our school community. She teaches with compassion and supports with a purpose. It is therefore with great pleasure that I honor Ms. Michelle Murray as our outstanding educator for Charles County Public Schools. Thank you for the pathways you've created for our leaders and scholars. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Now we will have Principal Michelle Beckwith, who will recognize Ms. Marissa Ellis.
Hello again. I am Michelle Beckwith, the proud principal of Dr. James Craik Elementary School, and I'm here to introduce you to Mrs. Marissa Ellis, which is our exemplar employee. Mrs. Ellis has been teaching in Charles County Public Schools for the last 13 years. Mrs. Ellis and I crossed paths when she was my child's 2nd grade teacher, and I was her reading resource teacher at Berry Elementary, where she spent 8 years of her career, and she is finishing up her 5th year at Dr. James Craik Elementary School. In all of those years, Miss Ellis has taught 2nd, 3rd, and 5th grade. She is an incredible teacher who tirelessly works to meet the needs of all of her students. She is supportive of all coworkers and always willing to assist by sharing her time, her knowledge, and her expertise, and sometimes even her room because it's the largest in the building. Just saying. She devotes her time to engaging her students as well as setting them up for success by all means necessary. She is successful due to her work ethic, her caring heart, and dedication to her students and her coworkers. She goes above and beyond, always designing instructions to meet the needs of her students. She is an excellent team member, collaborates well with staff. Her positive attitude is present daily. Her students recognize her attitude as well as the staff members. Just today, her 5th graders got to see a nice little fun testing shirt that said, "May the scores be with you," for MCAT. I could not think of a person more deserving of this honor, and I am so pleased to be up here to celebrate Miss Marissa Ellis as Dr. James Craik Exemplary Employee.
Thank you, Ms. Beckwith. And now we will have Principal Mary Finneran, who will recognize Ms. J. Trinae Bryant.
Good evening. The one thing I have to say about this teacher is I want you to imagine sticky hands, sticky fingers, a disco ball, and a party. Okay? Every day. Ms. Bryant is an educator that demonstrates her high degree of pride in her work daily with her interactions with her coworkers, students, and families. She is often finding ways to best support her students both at school and at home. She has taken time to make sure that students who are needing additional supports are provided resources and activities that can support their learning outside of the classroom. In addition to those wonderful things that she does, she also allows her students to learn in the best ways possible for that individual student, hence the disco ball. She is able to build a rapport in her classroom that best supports the learning environment. Ms. Bryant is an amazing example of a teacher who gives her best every day to support her students and their learning. Parents explain why personally she stands out as an educator. Our committee quotes, "Ms. Bryant is the epitome of a dedicated and hardworking teacher. She is open and welcoming. She treats the specific parents' kids like they are her kids and really has taken the time to create a family environment in the classroom. There isn't a day where her students have come home and felt unsupported, which is something as a parent she is extremely grateful for. Her dedication is truly remarkable, especially considering that she also tutors before school and has additional tutoring jobs after school. Ms. Bryant truly cares about each of her students, and she will do whatever is needed to meet the needs of each one of them. She lets them know that she has high expectations while being incredibly patient as they learn and grow. She has excelled in leadership roles such as the kindergarten team leader and is a member of the visionary team, which both takes some enormous additional time to plan and takes time for her own personal life. Ms. Bryant is spoken highly of by peers and students due to her ability to build good relationships, pride in her work, and work ethic.
Thank you, Ms. Finneran. Our final exemplary employee to be recognized is Ms. Kimberly Klein, special education teacher, and she'll be represented by Principal Gregory Miller.
Good afternoon. No, Kim, we didn't change your job. You're a kindergarten teacher. A little worried there, I think. Good afternoon, everyone. Again, I am Greg Miller, principal at J.C. Parks Elementary. Today, I would like to recognize Kimberly Klein as our school's exemplary employee. I want to talk about Kim's accomplishments at J.C. Parks Elementary, but I also want to talk about glue. I mean, in kindergarten, they use a lot of glue, right? And Kim is the kindergarten team leader. Well, for Kim, these things go hand in hand. 6 years ago, when I first got to Parks, I knew right away that Kim was going to be someone that I would need and be able to lean on to make significant changes at Parks. She represented so much of what was, having taught at Parks for 14 years before that time, but more importantly, what could be. As I got to know Kim, I was impressed by her ability to make her learning space a place where all students are valued and that a high degree of learning was always expected. Kim makes the classroom fun. I think she is a kid herself at heart, dressing up with her team as a 50s sock hop person on the 50th day of school, or doing fun activities and dressing up on the 100th day of school. At our annual trunk or treat, her team is always doing a theme, Sesame Street or something like that, and the children love it. Kim's students progress and learn, and they also learn how to conduct themselves in a positive social manner so that their future success is assured. As a team leader, Kim has been able to mentor and guide her team. No closer example was this year. Coming out of distance learning, where 5-year-olds had not previously been together with other children during their so important ages of 3 and 4 years old due to the pandemic, well, how do you say, has made for a very, very interesting year. But despite through all of our challenges, there is Kim, part mentor, part cheerleader, part handholder for her team, who are all sitting right here, offering suggestions, coming to me with problem solving on some of the challenges, and guiding her team through this most unusual year. And so now, let's talk about glue. It should be pretty evident. As our school brought on many new teachers these past 6 years, Kim, along with a few others who have stayed the course at Parks, provide the reflection into the past and a sheer willingness to make the present and future even better. Kim, from the moment we started working together, has been my lightning rod, coming with concerns, but always possible solutions and ideas to move forward. We have honest talk, the kind of talk that colleagues need to have to make a place better for those important scholars we get to be with every day. In short, Kim is our glue, one on which our beautiful mosaic we try to create at Parks might fall apart if it weren't for what she does in the classroom every day and beyond, and I thank her immensely for that. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Kimberly Klein as our exemplary employee.
Thank you, Principal Gregory Miller. And can we give our exemplary employees another loud round of applause?
Thank you very much. First, I just want to thank you all for choosing to work in Charles County Public Schools, and just to hear about all the great things that you do, not just recently, but throughout your whole career, just shows your dedication to the system. So, Mr. Washington, you've worked over 30 years for the system, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Wow. And things I picked up on when Mr. Conley was speaking about you, you're a role model and a leader, and on your own, you took PD to help care for that school. And I think I've seen you there a couple times when I've stopped by, and that school looks the same as it did when it opened. And no doubt you're part of the reason that makes it that way. So I just want to say thank you. Job well done, sir. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
Miss Murray, how are you?
Good.
Now, I don't know if it was your principal's words or your words, but she used the word scholar repeatedly. And that's a great way to think of our kids as scholars. And they all have the ability to learn and do more. And when one of your kids summed it up by saying it's all good, I don't know that you could get a higher accolade from a kid. And good on you for taking on the responsibility of teaching an additional class. That's really great. So thank you for everything. Miss Ellis, you had, as many of our recipients, just a whole list of accolades. But your positive attitude and your work ethic, and when someone says you're a great team member, that to me is also a very good quality. I mean, some people like to run the show, but when you can work with other people and in a group setting, that's just a great skill to have. So thank you very much for that. Miss Bryant, how are you?
I'm well, and yourself? I'm
well, thank you. We got to talk more about the disco ball. That you had me there when I like that. And your principal said that you are an amazing example of a teacher and that you create a family environment. And boy, especially for the youngest learners in our school system, to be able to do that is just amazing. And you're spoken highly of by your peers, and as if teaching all day weren't enough, you tutor. So again, God bless you for doing that, for everything you do for Charles County Schools. Last but not least, Ms. Klein, how are you?
Very good, thank you.
It's something when the new principal comes in and says, "Hey, I got to lean on you." I mean, that's no pressure there at all. But that's really an amazing compliment when you recognize that you have so much history and so much to offer in terms of leading the school, and that he described you as valuing all students, which again is something that all of us in the system need to do. And to say you're the glue just pretty much sums it up. So again, thank you very much for everything you do in the school system. So now it's your turn to say a few words, if you'd wish, and we'll start here with Mr. Washington and work way down the line.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Conley for selecting me to receive the award. Also, I'd like to thank him also for the 9 years that we worked together since St. Charles opened. It was a big challenge, but, Mr. Conley, for the person he is, he took care of it and had it all, taken care of. But anyway, the big thing is where that the 9 years that we've been working together, he's always been there. And I want to thank him for that. I want to thank him for introducing me. And recently, we found out that he will be leaving, and he's going to be truly, truly, truly missed, because he was a very good principal at St. Charles. And I'm very happy to say that. And I hope you back there hearing me, Mr. Conley. But other than that, I'd like to thank the board members. I'd like to thank Dr. Navarro for giving me an opportunity to sit here and talk to you. And also, I have a special friend in the audience, Maxine. Well, can you give me a... But anyway, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for everything. I've been working for Charles County for 30 years. Yes, I have. And one thing I can say is an opportunity, give you opportunity to better yourself in your position. And in my opportunity, every accomplishment I made and the opportunities that I had offered, I completed them, okay? And there's always opportunities out there to better your job. And that's one thing I love about working with Charles County Public Schools. And I just want to say thank you, okay? Thank you very much.
I'd like to thank my principal as well as the administrative staff for nominating me for this award today, as well as my coworkers and students who pushed me to be the best I can be at school.
Sorry, I had to write something because I forgot stuff. Chairman Lucas, Vice Chairman Wilson, members of the board, and Dr. Navarro, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the acknowledgement of the exemplary employee for Dr. James Craik Elementary School. I am beyond honored and truly humbled to be before you today to accept this award. I am a product of Charles County Public Schools, and now being recognized as one of its exemplary employees is incredible. For the last 13 years, I have been fortunate to work with some of the best administration, colleagues, and students who have impacted my life and teaching career. They say it takes a village, and I would not be the educator that I am without the help of many individuals that I also believe need recognition. First, my family, my husband Corey and my son Isaac. They are my support and my sounding board, and they are the constant reminder that what I do does make a difference. They motivate me to be the best version of myself every day and to remember my coffee. The love and support I receive from my mom, dad, sister, and grandma are unparalleled. My parents always said that they did not care what profession we choose, but to undertake it with passion, hard work, dedication, and most of all, respect. Those are the ideals that I try to model and instill in my students each day. Second, my colleagues. I work with the best staff at Dr. James Craik. I would not be the educator I am without their encouragement and sage advice when needed. They are supportive, passionate, hardworking, and some of the most amazing teachers that I have had the privilege to work alongside. I feel honored to be a part of such a wonderful school family and humbled they nominated me when there were so many other amazing teachers at Craik that could have been chosen. Next, my administration, Ms. Beckwith and Mr. Deal. As my students would say, back in the day, I had the privilege of working with them when I was a first-year teacher at Berry Elementary School. Mrs. Beckwith taught me how to complete my first ever running record. I also had the privilege of teaching her eldest son at Berry. Now I have the privilege of teaching Mr. Deal's daughter in my class at Craik, and it is amazing how life comes around. Both administrators lead with pride and care for all Craik students. Everything they do is always about our students and how we can support them. And last, but certainly not least, the students. I have the honor of teaching some amazing children in my 13 years. These children are inquisitive, creative, and vibrant. Above all, they want to make you proud. I will never tire seeing of the light bulb moment when a student finally gets it, or the look on a face when accomplishing something that they believed was not attainable. However, the most rewarding is seeing what you taught them and then they apply it. When they begin to model the ideals that you tried to instill, that's what makes the job worth it. So I want to say again, thank you for this honor. That was my son.
I would first like to thank my family because they are very supportive. Late nights cutting out things from my classroom, helping to put together holiday bags, dressing up in costume for our book character day parades. Whatever I need, my family is 1,000% supportive. My principal, who unfortunately is leaving us this year, Ms. Finneran, and I am devastated, but she is very supportive. She has encouraged me since the first day I started at Malcolm. She allows me the opportunity and the space to teach how I teach, which has helped me to grow to be the teacher that I am right now. She allows our disco parties, and she always joins in when my kids are doing fun things, and so I really appreciate the opportunity she's given me to grow as an educator. I also want to thank my amazing assistant teacher, Ms. Gould. This is my first year in kindergarten, so pandemic, coming back, teaching kindergarten for the very first time has been an experience to say the least, but she is very supportive and participates in the disco ball parties and whatever else, other crazy ideas I come up with. So it's been amazing to have those type of coworkers, and that's how all of our Malcolm family is, so I appreciate all of them for those opportunities. So thank you, and I thank you all too for the honor.
Thank you. Good evening. I'd like to thank Dr. Navarro and the members of the board, Mr. Miller and Mrs. Watson for honoring me with this recognition. Wish to thank the staff, the students, and the parents of J.C. Parks Elementary, and especially my fabulous kindergarten team for all their support, crazy ideas, and friendships. It's a true pleasure to work with such an outstanding team and community. Years ago, when I needed to find a career path, it was my mom who, as an educator herself, gave me a gentle nudge and encouragement to pursue education. I truly appreciate her guidance, love, and I'm so very glad I listened to her advice. I love making a difference in the lives of my students. Last but certainly not least, I'd like to say a big thank you to my loving husband and family who have stood by me through good days and bad days, listened to all the crazy stories, ideas, and supported me through all the late nights and weekends as I strive to give my students the best education possible. I couldn't do it without your support and encouragement. Thank you again for this honor.
Thank you. And now we have a couple of things for you, and we're going to take a picture. So, folks, if you're up.
Big smiling part. It was the best thing ever. Best thing ever. Oh, your eyes are closed, sorry.
Try again.
I'm not the only one. Okay, beautiful, yes.
He's fine. He's fine. He's doing what little boys do. He's fine. One final round of applause.
Do a group picture or not?
Are y'all doing a group picture?
Yes.
Stand up there.
They're just trying to mess with me, that's all. Because they know my OCD has to be. The outside one is for family.
This is the photo for the. Yep.
Jenny, good to keep going?
Yep.
Good.
All right. All right. How are you? How are all the kids? Wow.
Ah.
Wow.
Ah. Is he really?
Where's Cliff? Where's Cliff now? Okay. Yeah. Nope. Nothing wrong with that. All right. Good deal.
Very good. Yep.
Take care. Okay. All right, Mr. Schwartz, can you read the rules for public forum, please?
The rules for public forum. Speakers should identify themselves. Statements should be brief, to the point, and limited to 3 minutes or less. Board members should not be expected to respond during the forum to statements made by speakers. Statements should relate to Charles County Board of Education agenda items or any education-related topic with the following limitations: personnel matters, pending or potential appeals, or the comments regarding the actions or statements of individual staff or the private lives of any individual are not appropriate topics. Proper language and decorum are required at all times. We have 3 speakers this evening, all in person. The first speaker this evening is John Lush.
Good evening, and thank you for having me this evening. I'd like to apologize in advance. I have a funeral to attend, so I don't want you to think that I'm going to speak and run, but I unfortunately am going to speak and run. So I come here to talk about the eligibility requirements, and I've been in Charles County for 17 years. I'm currently the athletic director. But if you look at my title, it says 12-month teacher, and that's what I view myself as. I taught English for 14 years prior, and I come here speaking not just about athletes, but about all kids. I understand they shared a presentation with you earlier, and I'd like to talk about a couple of those numbers. The first number being 33%. My understanding is that currently 33% of our high school kids are ineligible under our current system. And to me, as an educator, you know, I think back, I always talk about you have to look yourself in the mirror. And when I was teaching English, I think that my principal would have come into my classroom and said to me, hey, if I was failing 33% of my kids, then I needed to kind of re-examine what I was doing. That doesn't mean that there aren't certain kids in there that probably aren't accessing what I'm trying to do, or that some of my methods aren't great, but obviously I'm missing a lot of them. And so to me, when we talk about changing the standard, and that to me is an important word, it's not about lowering the standard. It's about changing the standard to have more access to kids. The second number is 1,247, because I believe in that PowerPoint, that's how many kids would be eligible if we changed our standard. Which brings me to a quick personal story about, you know, I was a coach for many years, coached football, wrestling, lacrosse, and softball. And the one young man I'm going to talk about, we'll call him Tony. I'm nervous with those rules that were just read about sharing personal stories. So, so Tony was a football player for me, and he's someone who would have missed the boat under our current guidelines. And Tony struggled as a freshman and a sophomore. He was always a great football player, but as an athlete, he struggled. And when I took over as the coach, one of the first things I did was I brought on a lady named Laura Bazell, who now is in charge of math at the high school level for the county. And she was what I called my academic advisor. And she took all kids like Tony under her wing, and we worked with them to try to get them college bound. And so this kid, Tony, continued to progress under the care of his parents and guardians and Ms. Bazell and the coaches and teachers and administration in that building. And he continued to get better and better and better to the point that he graduated with over a 3.2 GPA. You know, he's a kid who we wouldn't have ever met. We wouldn't have ever had a chance to work with because, you know, I understand when they come in, if they've missed the boat, you know, that you think, well, they've got to work harder. They've got to get there. The reality is if we lose those kids for a month or a year, it's hard to get them back. I always talk to my kids about Christmas, right? You know, everybody gets really excited about Christmas break, and you get off for a week, and I don't care. I'm the biggest morning person in the world, but the first day you go back to work on that Monday and that alarm clock goes off, you're miserable. I don't care how much you love your job.
Just finish up, please, sir.
And so, you know, when we talk about Tony, to me, that final point to me is one, that final fact, instead of the 1247, because if we have access to 1,247 kids, we just want to change the lives of one. Because when I interviewed for this job, that's what I said. And it sounds cliche, but most teachers take the job because they say, I want to impact one kid. So if we have more access to these kids, I really think we can make a difference in their lives. So I appreciate you listening to me tonight.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Tony Mast.
Good evening, board. Dr. Navarro, thank you. I swear that story was not about me, even though my name is Tony. I'm also here to talk about athletic eligibility. I've been in this county as a teacher, athletic director, assistant coach, head coach, administrator for a short period of time for 21 years. Been a resident of Charles County that entire time as well. And I'm not going to sit up here and tell you all the positive things that athletics do for students. You already know that. I'm not going to sit here and talk to you about how the two biggest groups that this change could benefit are minority students and farm students, because you already know that too, all right? And I also know it's 2022, and just because I have the facts and I have the stats doesn't mean you're going to believe everything I say. So I got a personal story too. My personal story, when I became the head basketball coach at Lackey High School, first thing I did, there's a lot of coaches in the room, they know this. First thing you do is you ask everybody, who's the kids I need to get out for my team that didn't play last year? The kid came up, and I'm not going to say his name because it's public forum. We're not supposed to have personal stories. And they said, he's a great basketball player, but you're never going to get him eligible. So I went into my tool bag, and during that summer when we had shoot-arounds and workouts, I did everything to make a connection with that kid, and we hit it off. And that first day back that fall, I was on top of him from day one to make sure that his grades were in order so that he could play basketball, and he was. And that kid was special ed, that kid was farms, that kid was a minority. That kid lost his mom, his dad his junior year, lost his mom his senior year. And if you ask any single one of his players, his teammates, any kid in that school, any administrator, any teacher, that if he did not have sports, he would not be here today. He would not be alive. He'd either be in jail or in the morgue. And that's a true story. So when we talk about changing the standard, we're not talking about the 3.25s, and we're talking about this group of kids, the kids that need the help the most, that group of kid. Because that kid today works for Charles County Public Schools. He works for you. And if you don't believe me, you want to verify me, I'll tell you his name off to the side so you can verify my facts. But he works for Charles County Public Schools today. Now again, he's not somebody who went off to college. He's not somebody who went off to become a multi-billionaire and own, SpaceX or Twitter or anything like that. But he's a success story because he's not in jail. He's not in the morgue. And he is a vital contributor to our society today and our school system. He's giving back. That's the kids that this affects. Because during his time, the policy wasn't what it is now. It would be what it could be. He was there when it was 2.0. If it was 2.2.5, he would never have made it. He just would never make it. I would never have got him over that hump. And he wouldn't be here today to be a success story in the manner that he is. So I strongly consider that when it comes time to vote, that please do not think with your mind about the numbers, but think with your heart and the lives that it can save. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next speaker is Melissa Carpenter.
Hello. My name is Melissa Carpenter, and I am a lifelong resident of Charles County, a graduate of CCPS, and a teacher here, not an athletic director, although I really appreciate hearing their stories. I'm once again here to share from the viewpoint of a teacher. Today actually marks an anniversary. It is exactly 1 year ago today that I started coming to public forums to speak from the viewpoint of a teacher. I came after much frustration, as you could probably imagine. I'd been watching the Board of Ed meetings throughout the pandemic, hearing presentations that did not reflect mine and many other teachers' realities in our classrooms. I hoped that through these public forum speeches, I could show the wealth of knowledge and listening to the experiences from the classrooms. You just heard a ton of experiences from the schools. I hoped that I could show that we are all on the same page, wanting to create the best school system for all CCPS students. Again, like they did an awesome job. I think we have made some improvements, but the work isn't done. The value of our school experiences still have much more potential. It sounds like, and my hope for the future, is the inclusion of more educator voices from the buildings in conversations earlier, not just the spokespersons at the Board of Education meetings. This includes all positions from schools all over the county, not just in one area. Success in this effort can be measured by the amount of new names actively participating in our work groups and committees. Staff need to stop being asked to buy into programs and start being allowed to own the process from the beginning. Ownership builds our investment. The best advertisement you can have for initiatives is from people in the buildings who have worked on the development of the programs. As I've said before, I hope this starts the conversation with teachers and all of our educators in our buildings and not about us. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. So at this time, we have some minutes to approve. All right, so we have the minutes from our board meeting in April.
Motion to approve the board minutes.
Made by Ms. Abel, seconded by Ms. Wilson. Any discussion? All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, it's unanimous. And we have minutes from the April 25th work session.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Sable, seconded by Ms. Brown. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. And that too is unanimous. Do that last.
Motion to approve the executive session minutes from April the 12th.
So moved, or I'm sorry.
Second.
Got ahead of myself. Seconded, made by Ms. Sable, seconded by Ms. Wilson. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. Okay, we're going to jump just a second. We have the intercategory budget change.
Motion to approve. Second.
It's made by Ms. McGraw, seconded by Ms. Sable. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your hand. That vote is unanimous, except for the student member who does not vote. And finally, personnel.
Motion to approve. Second.
Motion made by Ms. McGraw, seconded by Ms. Sable. All those in favor? That is unanimous. Thank you very much. And Dr. Navarro.
Nikki Smoot coming forward. So Ms. Majors.
This is why we did the personnel last.
Good evening, Good evening, Chairperson Lucas, Vice Chairperson Wilson, all other board members, and our viewing public. It is my distinct pleasure to introduce to you all two very important individuals who are new administrative appointments. And I will start with our lady first. So this is Ms. Erin Bonner to my left, your right. Ms. Bonner has been with Charles County Public Schools for 17 years. She started out with us as a classroom teacher at J.C. Parks, and then she transitioned to Title I instructional specialist, a role she worked in for 3 years, before moving into a Title I coordinator position, and she did a great job there for 6 years. And she has been serving as our acting director of Title I since February when Kristen Shields retired. And Ms. Bonner has just done an outstanding job. She brings with her a number of educational qualifications, including a Bachelor of Science degree in elementary education from the University of Maryland, College Park, and a Master of Science degree in mathematical leadership also from the University of Maryland, but in Baltimore County. So we are just really delighted to have Ms. Bonner transition to the position officially of Director of Title I. She has competed for that opportunity. She landed it, and she accepted it when we made the offer. So we are just delighted to present to the board Ms. Erin Bonner, our new Director of Title I. Did you want to say anything before I move on? Just really quickly.
You want to come up to the podium?
Thank you so much. I am a product of Charles County Public Schools. I attended Eva Turner Elementary School, Benjamin Stoddert, and Maurice J. McDonough High School. And I can just tell you, I have great pride. With great pride and honor, I step into the role as your Title I director. I have a passion for students and families, and I will continue to strengthen our programmatic, our instructional, and our family engagement initiatives. And I will also ensure that our Title I students have an equitable opportunity to receive a high-quality education. I just have a few thank yous. I want to thank Dr. Navarro and Mr. Lowndes. Thank you so much for your trust in not just myself, but our awesome Title I team that we have here at Charles County Public Schools. Thank you, Kristen Shields. She's our former Title I director, for her leadership, her mentorship, and her guidance that she's given me throughout the years. I want to thank my husband and my kids and my family for always supporting my dreams. And lastly, I want to thank my mom and my godmother that are both here. Between the two of them, they have about 75 years of teaching experience in Charles County Public Schools, and I know that I stand on their shoulders. So thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Mrs. Bonner. We're excited. All right, next up, we have none other than Principal Richard Conley. And your exemplary employee let the cat out the bag this afternoon. So we will officially let the board and public know. Mr. Connolly has been with us since 2003. He's actually been with us for 19 years. He will tell you that he grew up in Charles County Public Schools. His dad was an administrator here, so he is a very committed individual when you talk about our school district. He started out as a Spanish teacher in 2003 at Westlake High School and worked in that role for 4 years before he transitioned to an administrative intern position. He didn't sit in that job very long because he quickly got scooped up to be vice principal of Lackey High School and stayed in that role for 5 years before he became our principal of St. Charles. And you opened that high school and has served in that capacity for the last 9 years. He also has a number of educational qualifications. He was a double major at the University of Maryland, College Park, getting his Bachelor of Arts degree in foreign language education. Of course, he was a Spanish teacher, as well as government and politics. He went on to McDonough College to earn a Master of Science in Educational Administration. And he has decided that it's time for him to seek that next challenge in his career, and he has stepped up to compete for the executive director position that Dr. Jones has vacated. And Mr. Connolly is our new executive director of schools, and we are just delighted to have him transition into that position effective July 1. So congratulations, Mr. Connolly. Would you like to say something?
Well, it's nice to be back in front of you for the third time this evening. The one opportunity that I didn't prepare any remarks for. And Ms. Majors alluded to my father's role in the district and how I grew up in our schools. I literally remember when he was a vice principal at Lackey sitting on the loading dock after basketball games waiting for people to be picked up so we could go home. I guess he was trying to prepare me for my future role as a principal. But education really is, when you are an educator, it really is a family profession. And so I want to start by thanking first and foremost my wife and my 2 children who understand that the role of a principal doesn't end at 2:15 when the school day ends, and who have supported me throughout my career and with this next step that I'm taking. I'd like to thank the family that became my family at the 3 schools that I've worked at during my time in Charles County, at Westlake, Lackey, and St. Charles. And the principals that I had the pleasure to work for who have been mentors to me, Ms. Crystal Benson and Dr. James Short, as well as Dr. Jones and Ms. Amy Holstein, who were mentors to me in my role as a principal. And I just want to end by thanking all of you. I told my staff today when Dr. Jones told me to tell them, which is why Mr. Washington knows, I told them that it would be bittersweet leaving them at the end of this school year because we really have become a family. And I am excited for the new work that I'll be doing. I thank you, Dr. Navarro and Dr. Jones and board members for your trust and confidence in me, and I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Once again, we are delighted to have both of these individuals ascend to these roles. We know that we are in good hands when they assume their post on July 1st, 2022. So again, congratulations, and we look forward to great things from you both. Thank you. Oh, I gotta put the mic back.
Well, that's the best way to finish a meeting. So there's only one thing left to do.
So moved.
It's a motion to adjourn made by Ms. Abel and seconded by Mr. Hancock. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you, folks, for a nice meeting. Take care. Good night.
Yeah.